This is Jonathan Zap of zaporacle.com, and I'm here today with Kevin Cann, father of Platonic Surrealism. And we were going to title this Platonic Surrealism Without Tears. And we just had a little off mic moment where I shared that the whole approach I was going to take, which was going to be kind of assertive to kind of see if I could keep you on track based on many other podcasts you've done about Platonic surrealism, where it seemed kind of like the host was like too bedazzled by the oncoming kaleidoscopic headlights of Platonic surrealism, and that we're kind of losing the forest for the trees. Everywhere you would go would be fascinating and all that kind of stuff. But it felt like the gist of Platonic surrealism was not coming out. But then I just woke up this morning after only 4 hours of sleep, so my energy was more subdued to not do the manic aggressive approach. And then I heard you with this German guy, and everything you said was flawless. It was exactly what we've been talking about for days, about exactly the way to present Platonic surrealism without getting it lost in novel jargon and things like that. So now my approach is quite different, and my grasp of Platonic surrealism feels more solid. And it's become clear in the last few days of our myriad emails and a couple of long calls that I guess I've always been a Platonic surrealist. It was just, which is not surprising, because if that's the way the universe runs, then of course many people would have the same basic gnosis, and it's really just a maybe a more insightful version of idealism, which of course has occurred to people throughout the ages from all different cultures. And I think where the gnosis of Platonic surrealism first emerged in my life in a written form was when I was 8 or 9 years old. And I've told you the story. I wrote a juvenile science fiction story, highly derivative of War of the Worlds. I'm sure I'd seen the movie by then, but with a Platonic surrealist twist. And so in this story, there's kind of a young couple going down a lover's lane country road, and they see what looks like it could be a meteor shower, but it turns out to be the invading um, army of space aliens, and who quickly start destroying the Earth. And eventually, their humanity is so completely outgunned and so forth that the only solution that the survivors who remain can come up with is that they all decide to, at the same time, focus their minds that the aliens never arrived. And then the story ends the way it began, with the couple on the Lover's Lane Road, and they're watching a meteor shower, and it turns out it's only a meteor shower. And somehow I thought it reflected some great insight or gnosis. And I think it was basically Platonic surrealism. It was the idea that imagination is the psyche, is what generates reality, and that if you were to really access that and maybe have enough people, so there was more of a consensus, that things could really be shifted. And so now I think I've got a much clearer understanding of Platonic surrealism, but I think that there's a lot to discuss about the things that impinge on the way some people might hear Platonic surrealism, which is the New Age fundamentalism. You create your own reality, and that's a flawed proposition,
Right.
as I'm sure you realize. And if I can tell one more anecdote, and it's relates to a related philosophy that I've come up with. At least it has one part that's very related to Platonic surrealism. Sometime around 2007, I was traveling with a young guy who was quite brilliant and empathic. In fact, he would later go on to become a Jungian analyst. And but there was one, and I'm kind of like often a mentor to young people, but there was one area where I just couldn't break through a certain flaw in his thinking. His dad was also a psychologist, and but very influenced by some channeler who believed adamantly in you create your own reality. And this really began with Jane Roberts and Seth. I think it was Seth that first put this position forth, and then a lot of copycat channelers, pick that up. And he believed it so adamantly that his plan for financial independence was to simply manifest money into his checking account. No deposit would even have to be made. And so then trying to think how to break through this, which I was not quite successful in doing. Maybe life eventually broke through um, this adamant belief. But I created a philosophy I called dynamic paradoxicalism. And basically, it relates to something that Niels Bohr once said, that the opposite of a profound truth is another profound truth. And so the idea of dynamic paradoxicalism is that you put those two profound truths together, and they're in like a paradox spectrum. And now the dynamic paradoxicalist needs a kind of sliding or dynamic relationship between those poles. And it's case specific and situation dependent. Sometimes you want to be on one side, sometimes on the other, sometimes more often in the middle. And so the first dynamic paradox I recognized that I tried to explain to him was, you create your own reality versus outside reality creates you. And sometimes one applies and sometimes the other applies much more. So for example, if I'm going to a party with only 5 other people who already know me, but I think everyone's going to love me tonight, or I think everyone's going to hate me tonight, well, I'll probably create a self-fulfilling prophecy. I probably will create my own reality because I have a very small dynamic system, very related to me, because there are other human psyches who I already have affinity bonds with. So it's a very flexible system that my imagination of how I'm going to be treated or whatever will very likely influence. However, if I'm a Jew in Warsaw, Poland, and the Nazis are rolling into town, you create your own reality would say, well, just focus on how well you'll be treated by the Nazis. But they have a lot more temporal momentum behind them. They have a vaster psychic consensus. They're creating their own reality, and there's more of them than there are of me. So I should probably just outside reality creating me applies more in this case, and I should probably just get out of Dodge or Warsaw in this case. And so this is the kind of perspective I think Platonic surrealism should be presented with, because otherwise people can hear it, that that the psyche is the ultimate causal vector creating reality, and think that they're living in like a solipsistic state of omnipotence where it's all their personal dream. But there are other agents in the system and other factors at work. And here I'd also like to get into Bernardo Kastrup's idea of dissociative boundaries. I haven't given you a chance to talk yet, Kevin, but so cut me off. But you're giving me thumbs up, so I'm assuming that the father of Platonic surrealism is approving of this explanation of it. And so, if we add in Kastrup's idea of dissociative boundaries, then we can explain why we can't we're not just like our own genie, able to like completely alter reality to suit to make a bespoke reality that completely suits our preferences. Like as Kastrup describes it, as if there were a drop-down menu, where we could just change everything. And he kind of derisively calls this kind of magical thinking. But I think maybe he underestimates certain aspects of magic, ego control fantasies. And his description is not wrong. It captures the shadow part of that. But with the idea of dissociative boundaries, they're all over the place. So there's a dissociative boundary between my own conscious mind and my own unconscious. This was the problem in the movie we both like, Forbidden Planet, where the Krell create this reality forming technology, but they underestimated the power of the unconscious. So in the movie, this man, played by Walter Pidgeon, has an electric complex with his daughter. And when these Americans, handsome, square-jawed astronauts show up and they're into his daughter, and they're
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, that was Leslie Nielsen. Wow, I didn't even know that. Amazing. But the father is threatened, and now monsters from his id appear, manifest by the Krell technology to threaten the astronauts. And so even in between my own ego can't act omnipotently because it's not necessarily congruent with my own unconscious. There's a dissociative boundary there. That's the most permeable one. But
just to interject, when I saw that trail monster, I realized that was the basis of a lot of UFOs.
that was the basis of UFOs?
Of a lot of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go on. I
Okay.
will talk extensively, and I will shut you down whenever I feel like it. But you're having so
Okay.
much fun. I don't want to interrupt, and you haven't really said anything wrong. So
Okay.
enjoy.
I'll keep going. I mean, it's very egoistic. Hopefully, it's not obnoxious that I'm talking over the father of surrealism about his own subject. But I decided I have to do something different. You've already got a lot of podcasts out there, so we've got to do something. We're both neurodivergent mutants, so we need to play off each other's eccentricities, I guess. Anyway, so then there is a still stronger dissociative boundary, even between me and a soulmate, because they're another agent. However, that's still a very permeable um, dissociative boundary. And then if there's a small group of people that I'm with, but we all have some connection with each other, that's a still stronger one, but it's still permeable. But then if I'm going to try and use the reality changing vector of my imagination to say, alter the orbit of Uranus, that's very unlikely to work because these are it's running still in Kastrup's idealist framework. It's running on consciousness, but it's of such a different impersonal sort that's so unrelated to human consciousness that the dissociative boundary is much stronger.
I'd like to you're not wrong with these statements, and it's very important to get out there. But I need to introduce something you may not have come across yet that's very important. And at first it seems a little kludgy, and it gets people very upset about the nature of free will and all these things. But it knocked me on my ass when it streamed into my head as gnosis. We are actually living in the past. This is a recording. All the actions we will ever take have already been done. However, the parts of us that have true agency were working together. Our monad cells were working in the future. They did all these interactions. I got my votes, you got your votes. And you were talking about the consensus. The reason that I can't just wave my hand and rename Poland is because there's a trillion other votes saying, no, we don't want you to rename Poland, and that takes precedence. But all this happens, quote, outside of time or in the future, either whoever you want to posit it. So that's where our free will truly happens. And we are living in a recording that others can also benefit from. It's a pattern of potentiality that has played out already. Now, one more thing so that you don't get depressed because you are so big on agency. If you learn theurgy or Platonic Surrealism sufficiently, little Kevin, little Jonathan can actually feed back into the future and make changes even in the past. It's incredible. It does work. I did it one time. Well, 2 times, something like that. So this is a very meaty topic, and it's not necessarily amenable to the simple sort of thing that you want this to be more like so people can easily understand it. But for you, Jonathan, I want you to understand this, and then maybe something we need to work on the words for it to make it flow better.
Okay, well, let me see if I can understand it. Because I grok the idea of the block universe, where all these things are the past, present, future. We know from Einstein, even, back in 1900, that linear time is an illusion. But what way instead of thinking of it as quite the future, because that's still kind of in linear time, the way I sometimes think about this is through Jung's concept of the self with a capital S, which is the totality of all the psychic structures, the soul, the ego, everything. and it's transtemporal.
Yes.
And so we see this operating in the dream time where you're unstuck from linear time and you may see the future, and reinterpret the past and so forth. And so if we could say rather than the future, that there is a larger transtemporal self. And
Yes.
sometimes there's even been the vision of that self as like a jellyfish, but
Hey,
which is kind of saucer shaped.
stop, Jonathan. When I was 12 years old, I left my body and realized I was a cosmic jellyfish.
Ah,
And so did that famous comic book artist, by the way, the one you're probably thinking of.
Grant
Yeah,
Morrison.
that's the one.
Okay. Well, this is because, we're tapped into the same gnosis. So the idea of the jellyfish, as I see it, is that and it's saucer shaped, the main body of it is, right?
Right.
So
It is.
and that's like Jung and flying saucers, a modern myth of things seen in the sky. You saw it as a mandala, which is the symbol of the self, and which has open boundaries with everything, because it's kind of like that Sanskrit definition of God, that it's like a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. But the best that we can see it is just as a circle, as an image of totality. But the idea is that the tentacles would be individual incarnations or individual moments of our incarnating, but they all are like interactive with the main transtemporal body of the
And
self.
with each other,
And they're
actually, in a more subtle manner.
right, right, right. I even had a vision at one point related to ufology. I wrote about it in my book, Crossing the Event Horizon, Human Metamorphosis and the Singularity Archetype, where I saw a kind of circular being, and this circular being had different organs. It was almost like a Ouroboros. And each organ was a different incarnation, but the organs were not identical. Some were more differentiated and advanced, but they all had like an umbilicus connecting them, because there was a flow of information going around the whole circle. And that the ones creating the UFO thing, I know you might rebel from part of that, were actually like one step closer to the head of the organism than the tail than we were.
I'm not an
But
elitist,
some of us can
but
be very close.
since it's all us, there's no shame that some parts of us have done more processing than and collected more data than others. There's no
Right.
shame in that. It's still us.
Right, because if we take out linear time, then it's all, and which is what the vision purported to be, a vision outside of linear time of myself as a multi-incarnate being, then it's all one continuous body.
Yes.
Similarly, if I had a pancreatic cancer or whatever, now I don't have much communication with my pancreas. It's working, so I don't think about it. I don't know what it's doing. But so I'm sitting there more in my frontal cortex. But let's say I had pancreatic cancer, I might want to intervene. I might want to see, can I communicate with my pancreas? Can I get it to do something different? And that might be what the kind of UFO organ is doing. Is it's like saying, can I communicate with the earlier part of me that's egoistic and territorial and about to wreck things and retrocausatively or something, or outside of violating linear time, make an intervention, because its fate is going to affect my fate. And so this is an idea that the human organism has to be seen transtemporally. So if we wanted to take a photograph of a human being, getting one image of a human being to say an actual extraterrestrial, which we don't believe in, or I don't think is, what's behind the phenomenon particularly, as you don't either. And we just took a picture of you at 64 or me at almost 68. That's a very bad picture, because a better picture would be like one of those Krishna paintings that shows like a fetus connected to a baby, to a child, to an adolescent, to a man at his prime, a middle-aged man, an old man, and a corpse. But even that picture is incomplete, because it's just showing the life cycle between birth and death, but there's more to the story than just one cycle of birth and death. The circular image I was shown purported to be like a more complete life cycle. And in that more complete life cycle, there's another version of us that's fully idioplastic, that's more has a more unencumbered place in Platonic surrealism in manifestation. We, as part of our daily life cycle, because the life cycle of the day recapitulates the life cycle of the whole life, because we get tired like in old age, and then we go to sleep, and now we enter an idioplastic matrix called the dream time that is much more platonically surrealist, where we can be a shapeshifter, we can, be at any age, in any body, in different kinds of disembodied points of view, and so forth. And and therefore, that's kind of where we are heading toward. That's the more advanced stage, but we also have open access to that stage while we're in our present bodies, more obstructed. And so sometimes we access that manifesting dream body that's more idioplastically, platonically, surrealistly potent. Am I on track?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so instead of talking about the future, if we say transtemporal, then I'm down with everything you said before.
Well, here's the thing though. And yeah, this is the hardest concept in Platonic surrealism. Um, see, the whole thing is that we as creators, as storytellers, we work with others of our kind. And we discussed this the other day, Jonathan. At first, we just did our own dream world, our own solipsistic, anything goes. But that gets old fast. We wanted some pushback. We wanted some meat. We wanted something outside of our own personal experience. So we started to learn to play with others. And so what we actually do is make these templates. Those of us who participate in a world with a large group of our fellows, we create a artistic palette, a what dreams may come palette. And,
What dreams may come. What was that word, Kevin? After what dreams may come? Palette?
palette. It's an
As in like an
artistic,
artist palette, right?
yes.
Okay.
And we are living in an artist palette.
Mhm.
So reality doesn't waste anything. It uses minimum energy and it wastes nothing. So since this collaborative endeavor has value because it lets the unbound everything experience things in a different way, and our unboundedness is always very hungry to experience things. So it's not wasted. So it's left laying around for others to use. Let's say they didn't have the skill to make this palette, or they didn't so lazy, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we have to be careful not to attribute too many human attributes to something so much more, but still so human, both simultaneously. So this world is a palette that will be reused a trillion times by others. So
Mhm.
given that, it's easy to say that it's already been done and we're living in the past. But in any case, I mean, we could be patient zero, so to speak. We could be the ones actively doing this for the first time, or we could be part of a replay. And I'm not even going to say which it is because I'm not that good. Sorry, I'm not that good, Jonathan.
Okay, well, I want to rip off that in a slightly different direction, but directly related to the palette metaphor,
Okay.
because I think it captures a very key distinction between people and a way in which people can be helped by Platonic surrealism. I think we could say that most people practice only passive imagination.
Correct.
They watch movies, they watch TV series, that they other people's movies, religions, whatever, stream into them. And they don't practice what Jung called active imagination. And what part of what made me from childhood an inchoate, latent Platonic surrealist is that I was always dominant with active imagination. And that's why, like, my uh, greatest, most fulfilling life task and activity is fantasy sci-fi writing, and the most powerful experience I can have, um, despite a very adventurous life, is when I'm in a discovery writing phase where the boiling cauldron of zeros and ones is there. There's the blank screen, and I don't know what's coming next. I'm just co-creating it with the universe, and form is emerging out of the black negredo of the black screen. I just use a black screen with purple font. That's part of my neuroatypical quirk. And that feels like where I'm really like a fish that's finally found the water in which I'm supposed to swim. And so I think the problem is that most people are too passive in relationship to their imagination. They're perceiving imaginal objects that other people
And
have
fall prey to
created,
them. Fall
and
prey to them.
right, and are victims to them through collective psychosis, and which is running rampant right now, and so forth. And AI will open even more threatening possibilities with that, to manipulate us through understanding us so well that it will create deep fakes and on its own agency, and use all kinds of other means of controlling our imagination. So we need to survive. We need to gain more control over our own imagination, because
We need
okay,
Platonic Surrealism to survive as a species. The world that I've seen that have something like Platonic Surrealism, humans thrives. Ones where they don't, they don't. That's a very strong statement. It sounds grandiose. It sounds egotistical. Just my perception.
I think it is dead on accurate, and I think Jung would totally agree. And Jung said, I'm so tired of quoting this, but he said, there is no hydrogen bomb in nature. That is all man's doing. We are the great danger. Psyche is the great danger. And so, I've told you this before out of the Star Trek um, verse, that there is a mythologism, if I'm using that term right, that really captures the human lethal predicament and how to solve it. And it was in, I think, The Wrath of Khan, where there is a very attractive skin-headed, Vulcan woman who's an apprentice starship captain, and they were being attacked by Klingons. They were trying to rescue a civilian vessel that's in trouble called the Kobayashi Maru. So it's called the Kobayashi Maru scenario, and but they're hopelessly outgunned. The shields are failing, and finally the bridge just seems to blow up. The sparks fly. There's smoke, but then Admiral Kirk, he's been promoted, steps onto the bridge, and suddenly we begin to realize this was a simulator to train apprentice starship captains. And one of the simulations to see how they'd handle the stress was an entirely no-win scenario, and that you could not solve given your resources. However, Captain Kirk, when he was an apprentice starship captain, was able to solve it. He did so by reprogramming the simulation computer. Well, Platonic Surrealism identifies the simulation computer as the imaginal. And therefore we need healthier stories, because the human psyche runs on stories. That's why I was called, when I discovered what I called the singularity archetype in 1978, I was commanded by the muse, it took me 45 years to fulfill it, to write a sci-fi fantasy epic that would express these ideas and that would show that beneath the dystopian sci-fi world, there was a possibility of metamorphosis.
True.
So that all is a riff off of the artist palette, that we need to be more in command of that palette. And I think that relates to, you summoning the UFO. I know a Australian Hermetic philosopher I used to be in communication with, Harold Kleeman, who told me magicians don't request, they command.
What I did.
So to have, because the dissociative boundaries out there are so powerful, you need the magical confidence of a child, with beginner's mind, to have any hope of shifting the matrix, because like all organisms, it's conservative. Organisms dial in that homeostasis, that equilibrium, and to shift that, you need punctuated equilibrium. You need shocks, and sometimes one psyche can provide that. Sometimes it's a geological event, or a big political event. But when the system is being shocked, as the whole human system is right now, never before, because AI is the biggest shock in history or prehistory, in my opinion. Um, that also opens up the possibility for organic evolution and for psyches with powerful active imagination to reprogram the simulation computer, because everything is very dynamic. So this is a principle that relates a little bit to like Kastrup and so forth, in that you can change a system in motion much better than one that's rigidified. So it's like they've shown that, like, when a dice is spinning in the air, you can influence the outcome much better than dice that have already stilled on a table. And so just like, you can influence a dynamic psyche much more than a rigidified one, and so forth. But when the whole system is shocked, and that's why, like, dark chaos magicians, like certain political figures we might think of but won't mention, will create disturbances, because they can use that to manipulate outcomes, because when the system is in motion, then the magician has more power. And scale, however, is quite important. So, like, if we think about somebody cloud busting, they have, one or two clouds above their head. That water vapor is almost in a state analogous to quantum indeterminacy. That's very easy to affect because it's a small local system. But if I wanted to change the whole climate of the Earth, or reverse all man-made pollution, or turn all American flags from stripes to polka dots, this has much more temporal momentum and psychic inertia, and it'll be much harder to change.
Yep.
But somehow we need to find a way, and this is one of the motifs or central themes of the singularity archetype I call the mutant versus the machine. We see it in, say, the Dune novels, where a single mutant, like Paul Atreides in the Dune world, by having a sufficiently divergent consciousness, is able to bring down a whole galactic empire. So it's not necessarily one man, one psychic vote. You have many, many more votes if you are more unique, and if you have more will, and if your intentions are aligned with, forces in the collective unconscious and so forth as well.
If you have a mutant that has such a powerful imagination that he can titillate and entrance his fellows, he might have the power of 1,000,000 of his fellows at his beck and call, because they will so love his story, they will fall into his story, and he will have that outside mutant power that you're talking about.
Right. But let me give a dark example, because we need to also, like, integrate the shadow into this, which is not often done, even though you've talked about, the down and dirty aspect of nature that's also part of the same phenomenon.
He's the
A perfect example would be Adolf Hitler. Here is an unemployed artist going to the occult bookshop, having synchronicities, with books falling off the shelf, and, having a vision of the demiurge and all this kind of stuff. And he was able to, when Jung met Hitler, he actually shook his hand, and he said he just saw this psychic scarecrow in front of him, because he saw that he was like a zombus, that he was like a puppet of the collective unconscious. But and when people would say to Jung, well, how did Hitler control the German psyche? And he said, no, he didn't control the German psyche. He was the German psyche. He was the personification of a collective shadow. Therefore, he was utterly magnetic, because it was a shadow that was a lowest common denominator factor for a whole people. And we can think of another political figure, who's like that, and so the dark side of Platonic surrealism, and the dark side of the phenomenal world, is never to be underestimated, because some believe, like, what, if we could have the group telepathy, the visual telepathy that the singularity archetype both predicts futuristically at the metamorphosis point of the species, but everything that it predicts, because that it relates to the parallel event horizons of species metamorphosis and death. All these things are phenomenological actualities in your death experience, but there is still great potential for darkness in that. I got to speak to both Ram Dass and Terence McKenna about this very subject, and because they also saw that we were headed toward that kind of logos beheld visual telepathy, but they thought it would sort of solve everything. You couldn't do violence because you'd be aware you were doing it to yourself. And I disagreed with them because we're already using that kind of technology. You know, what is advertisements but black magic using visualization, and all kinds of occult figures have been able to use these kind of powers in dark ways too. We just gave the example of Hitler and the Nazis. I mean, this was a completely occult sci-fi scenario. If I wrote that as a sci-fi movie, it would seem over the top, with this reversed astrological symbol and all that kind of stuff. But this actually happened. And so the dark potential is, some people hear it and think like, oh, well, everything's perfect. We just, run everything with our imagination. But our individual imaginations are not omnipotent.
And people
So
don't want good outcomes. They want their biases confirmed. They want to, and when I say people, that's not fair. I'm just saying that dark inertia is very seductive. If you're a transtemporal being and you're easily bored, even a nightmare movie can be quite entertaining. And so why oppose it? It titillates you, it encapsulates you, it makes you forget what you don't want to remember. And that sort of thing is very seductive. And our world is full of such seductive powers right now.
absolutely. I mean, I might want to personally challenge you on a small part of that, but maybe it's not so small. But it's when there are dark thoughts in the collective unconscious. Every archetype has a light and a dark side. The dark side of the singularity archetype is apocalypticism. It's super magnetic because it takes our personal fear of death, projects it on a collective eschaton, which is satisfying to the ego. And apocalypticism is older than Christianity, Judaism, even Zoroastrianism. They think it may have started in the late Paleolithic. And so therefore, Jung used the analogy to understand archetypes of dry riverbeds. If the collective unconscious started as a flat topography when it had no information, then habits formed. This is like Rupert Sheldrake, that even physics is just habits in nature that can change, but it's hard to change an ingrained habit. And so, the archetypes come in of forming channels in that flat topography out of habit, just like instincts are like a kind of habit. And so and apocalypticism is a very deep channel. And then there are lots of dark channels in which and in which the psyche is easily, when new vitality appears, it's much more likely to flow into one of those established channels, dry riverbeds carved into that topography, than to venture off in a new direction. And that's why Jung said the path of individuation was contra naturam, against nature. Gurdjieff called it against God. And Jung said, the individuation begins with a single individual conscious of their isolation, cutting a hitherto untrodden pathway into the unknown.
So where's the disagreement? I'm in 100% with all that. And then I always add, and yoga is called living upside down, which is the same thing. And there is I hate to even use the word, people don't know what it means, and they say almost it's garbage. There's sort of a tantric undercurrent, because tantra doesn't demonize the body. It's just the body is part of the architecture of everything. So you need to honor the body as well. And it's our main tool to work with in many ways, the body. So I don't see what we're disagreeing about.
I guess we're not. We disagreed a little bit more earlier in the week and stuff, but I think where our views are just aligning better. Maybe that makes for a less dynamic Socratic dialogue, but is what it is. I think it's just that we're tapped into the same gnosis.
Yeah, and your dynamic dual poles tension thing, I invented that when I was 12. Well, you're older than I am, and you did it when you're 8. So you did it before I did, but no, I invented it too when I was a youth. There's almost nothing you're saying.
And other people have come to. Right. I mean, well, other people have come to similar conclusions before either of us were born.
But they may not have been talking about.
Otherwise it wouldn't be called Platonic surrealism, but.
there's
become
whole
something
other
else.
civilizations and other types of beings and worlds, and they all came up with this too. And that's why I say I didn't create Platonic. You call me the father of Platonic Surrealism. Well, I am in this world, I guess. But I say I didn't create it. I'm remembering it. It it's out there. It's actually an archetype in a manner of speaking.
Well, since you're complaining about our
Oh, here we
not
go. I knew I
disagreeing
could
enough,
hear you. Go ahead.
I have one. I have one disagreement, but it's
Maybe.
purely linguistic. But behind it, I'll just get through that quickly. Behind it is a very interesting concept you've come up with that I'd like to explore further because I think it's actually a great insight. So it's an agreement behind a surface disagreement. And the disagreement is, because one thing that can confuse people with Platonic surrealism, I was going to bring out some neuralizers I have because people really need to forget what because you have specialized versions of terms people already have associated strong meanings with, like
True.
monads,
True.
memes,
True.
and archetypes.
True.
And so that's tough because those are engraved
Yes, true.
channels. And now you're trying to go back up to the surface of the topography and
Right.
carve a new channel that's going to be shallower because it's a newer kid on the block than Leibniz's version of monads, or was it Leibniz or
It was
Spinoza? I forget, or
Leibniz,
whatever.
and it means
But
that's Plato. It means the one.
okay,
There's many. See, that's where there seems to be a
right,
conflict.
right. Okay, so where there's a linguistic conflict we have is your use of archetype in a specialized way, because I just go back to the etymology of archetype, because you use it also to refer to individuals as archetypes. And if you look at the etymology of the word, I guess it's Latin or Greek, but I haven't looked it up, but it's obvious. Arc, above. An archangel is above a regular strength angel. Type, we all know what that means. The primary color red is a type. A particular apple is not the type. It is a particular permutation, partly, of the type red, and of the other type, the universal apple or whatever. Just like as Jung pointed out, you could see crystals as kind of like a archetype, in that, say, a corundum crystal has a hexagonal geometry, but whenever you look at a corundum crystal, it's always somewhat irregular. It doesn't look like a perfect Platonic solid hexagonal shape. It's got imperfect variations because it's not the type, it's the particular permutation with other inclusions and things, distorting the shape slightly. So, however, despite our disagreement about your use of the word archetype, there's something very interesting behind that, in that you point out parallelism between the archetypes in the Jungian sense that exist in the collective unconscious, as these, that they're not merely forms or patterns, they're living agents and so forth. They're organisms. Um, and but they're never to be fully captured in any one permutation. They all, the way you improve the signal to noise ratio is you look at a million versions of the hit the monomyth, the hero cycle, and you strip out any idiosyncrasies culturally peculiar to one version, and then you improve the signal to noise ratio by seeing what's left. This is, hence Joseph Campbell, Hero with 1,000 Faces and so forth. And so to give a physical analog, I used to be a diamond grader, and you would try and look in a round brilliant diamond that has 58 facets or whatever, and so it's like this distorting prism, and you're trying to see this inclusion of carbon in it and map it out, but it's like looking at a cubist painting. Every angle, every facet distorts it. That's what it's like looking at an archetype. You see it through these different facets. It's always distorted, but you never actually see it in itself, or we'd be seeing the noumena, not the phenomena. And where we are, we see phenomena, not noumena. Okay, but I guess if you tap into pure gnosis, or maybe glimpses, of the
let's
noumena.
be honest. Yeah.
Right. But we're otherwise always looking through a glass darkly at the phenomenal world. But something that you point out about how individuals work is that there's some kind of like structural systems like parallelism, that like the individual is like I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, Ilya Prigone or something, had this idea of um, um, far from equilibrium dissipative structures, like water spinning down a drain, like energy must be flowing in and out. And that's what a psyche is like, and this is what an archetype is like. Energy's flowing in, it's flowing out, but somehow it holds, dynamically holds a form you can continue to recognize, like you continue to recognize the river, even though it's never the same moment to moment. And so the individual is kind of, you're Kevin, and 5 minutes from now, you're still going to look and sound like Kevin, but you're not the same person you were 5 minutes previous, because you've had 5 minutes of new life experience. But yet you're like the archetype Kevin, and so all these different variations of you, and a picture of you at 10 would look far more different. But it's still variations of the Kevin Cann archetype.
Yes.
And so this is my understanding of how you are using,
Yes.
applying archetypes to the individual. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, but I got to stop you, and I got to park for 5 minutes now. I want you to understand this.
Please.
I want you to understand this. So, the first time I heard the word Plato, the name Plato, I got this big feedback of memories. And I go, oh, but he was wrong. And so that was the moment I started realizing I needed to remember Platonic Surrealism. Here's just a starter concept for you. Now, I'm not a scholar, and I read some about what I call old dead white dudes generally. They're not always white, but old dead dudes, famous people from the past. And I admire them, but we need to build on them. We can't just parrot their words. We talked about this. So it seems to me that Plato either got this from Pythagoreans, or I don't know who got what from where, but Plato's ideal form seemed to be more like numbers or simple shapes or something. His ideals seem very rigid and non-dynamic, and only simple objects that can be imagined. Well, that's not the way reality works there, Plato. Sorry, bud, I'm here to dispute you. And I realized the only way, okay. The only way to properly describe it would be to tack surrealism on the end of Plato. So let me ask you, well, I'm not going to ask you a question, but then you'll start talking over me for 5 minutes. It's for the long time, then don't worry about it. So, what about irrational numbers? What about imaginary numbers? They're numbers too. Are they ideals as well? Why, yes, they are. And for example, an irrational number repeats endlessly, never repeating. Well, that's also a Platonic ideal, but it's forever in motion because it never finishes. Oh, so maybe Plato doesn't know what he's talking about the numinous upper world. Maybe it's actually surrealistic. So that's how Platonic surrealism was first birthed. The first person somewhere out there who came up with it got that thought. And we're all the rest of us are just remembering that person's initial creation. Though of course, even the little Kevin here, even little mostly insignificant Kevin, I'm doing side-to-side pressure even on that original guy, and he's doing side-to-side pressure on me. It's such an exciting thing. It's so empowering. But here's what I want to say about archetypes. So originally, and now, since all this is atemporal, even speaking with the terms the first guy is ridiculous, right? There is no first guy. It's all a big circle jerk of atemporality. But let's say the first guy. So the first guy comes up with the wise old man. He thinks, oh, that's a powerful concept. And I can see where that may be empowering others in this way. Well, did he pull that out of the universe and it was hard coded in? Well, yes. But the universe only had it because he had it, and the universe learned it from him. So when you take all these people in all these worlds and they all think about a similar concept like an archetype, they make this big, dynamic, swirling vortex monster that then does side to side inspiration and pressure on all worlds. And that's the same thing that a human being does when they individuate. So humans are archetypes, and archetypes were created by humans atemporally. I'm not letting you off the hook. I don't care if people want to worship Young. He was a little wrong. Sorry, Young. Sorry. I'm here to correct you a little bit. You may speak now. You probably
Okay.
do
Well,
something.
I won't try and speak on behalf of Jung. I'm not sure if you're in disagreement with him because he says so many different things about archetypes.
It's
But I
true.
mean,
It's true.
I think I'm with you in that, you could see a horror movie franchise as functioning like an archetype. Like they're each is different, even if they're bad, that. But Freddy Krueger's in all of them, and there are certain, you're going to have jump scares, and there's a certain commonality, but variations and permutations branch off that central core, and it's dynamic as new movies in the franchise come out. The flavor and characteristics of the archetype shift somewhat, and so I think I'm completely with you on that. Definitely, the Plato idea is if there's like one set of like perfect archetypes that we start with, um, is just not correct. Some emerge more from things outside of human imagination,
Fair
like
enough.
the example you gave of the first guy. Okay, there we could see a more human biological developmental
Right,
thing
right.
causing that. When we're young, we can be athletic and beautiful. The old tend to acquire wisdom. Therefore, it's coming out of the human life cycle. But as we become more imaginative, there was that period of like a few 100,000 years where Homo sapiens was just making the same kind of flint axe, and there was very little innovation. We've become far more imaginative, and I think a huge milestone in that development. This is not remarked on. Because we have materialists say, oh, the structure of the brain hasn't changed very much. But I think, like, for example, the novel, it's even in the word, novelty. That was a huge milestone. That was a relatively recent development, that when you could have an organism create a whole fantasy world, subcreate. That was the term Tolkien used, only because he was an Orthodox Catholic, so he didn't want to give us a power, equivalent to God. But Platonic Surrealism wouldn't use subcreate; it would just say create, because we are permutations of that divine creativity. But when a organism could create, uh-oh, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. There's this
Something
little blue.
changed.
There's this little blue circle with you holding your
Okay,
hands up.
okay, so
There we
okay,
go.
all
There we
right.
go.
I don't know what happened there, but anyway, when a well, let me take a step back and give you an idea about the whole evolution of life, at how it relates to Platonic surrealism. So I read somewhere that molecular biologists, evolutionary theorists had this idea. Who knows if it's right? But that the evolution of life began with lipids. Because with a lipid you could start to create a membrane,
Yeah, yeah.
and because what you needed was some kind of a boundary. Otherwise, the contents of potential life metabolism would just diffuse into the ocean water or whatever, right? So you needed interiority. You needed something to be contained, to be a crucible of life. And as we look at the arrow of time and the evolution of life, I see it as a movement toward interiority. So there was a big octave shift in evolution when cephalization began. That was when you could have an asymmetric deposition of nerve tissue. And now you start to have a neural net, and where an organism has sense organs and it's starting to build some kind of, you know, simulacrum in itself of the outside world to get fitness rewards and, Donald Hoffman and so forth. And then this increased until we get to the present human being that has so much interiority that we can create a whole alternate reality in our imagination. And this makes us the crown of, so far, of evolutionary creation, but now we have a competitor, AI. And and so it's all a growth of an ability to imagine and have more interior processing, that is not completely dominated by the environment and merely reactive to the environment.
Right. Absolutely. And let me go back to archetypes. I'm going to get you to understand archetypes at the last thing I do.
Okay.
So, the first guy, he formed a concept, and we'll stick with the human life cycle thing because it makes for a better example. But I'm gonna go to non-human archetypes as well. So he goes, "Oh, there's an old man. I could say it's my grandfather, or I could say it's the old wise man archetype, and then that'll help me describe others. Oh, this must be some magical thing that pops out of the sky and empowers all old wise men." Whatever his thinking was. But let's say this first hypothetical first person created this concept. And then I said, okay, there's all the other world where somebody else did something similar, but it was different. So what they were doing is they were creating a meme because it's catchy. When they describe it, they're creating a meme. So memes have this habit, and I won't quote the person who first came up with this in this particular case, just so we don't have to trash that person. I don't like trashing people publicly. But memes have the tendency, since they're magnetic, to attract similar memes to themselves and then band together for survival purposes. They become a meta meme. So archetypes are simply a meta meme composed of memes from throughout space and time. And thus, with that two-pole thing that you created, we created when we were children, we see this magnificent beast of a meta meme, of an archetype, and we go, it must have created, all the other instantiations, but it's that cyclical two-pole self-reinforcing creativity. Archetypes are merely transtemporal meta memes.
Okay. I see no problem with that, unless we like went all left brain, which I try not to do, and tried to like take apart the terms or something. But I want to apply that. And the most powerful way that I know of to apply it as a single individual, is the highest moral calling I can find. I mean, I used to be, a school teacher. I used to, I help people one-on-one, but where I feel I'm really doing my most valuable work, and I experience it with, massive confirmation from the universe, the Kundalini rises, everything, is when I'm doing discovery writing. And so even if I'm the only one reading it at that moment or knowing about it, I can feel it shifting the matrix. And the reason is because I am putting an archetypal like thing out there. I'm putting a new story out there. When Arnold Toynbee, the British historian who studied the life cycle of civilizations, wanted to find out what caused the civilization to decline, and I think what he concluded is that when it no longer had a ruling myth, healthy ruling myth. So what we have is, and Jung was terrified. He thought that the collective unconscious was, writing it near the end of his life in the late 1950s and so on. He died in 1961. He saw a terrifying tabula rasa in which he expected monsters of the collective unconscious to emerge because we no longer had a healthy ruling myth. Christianity had been steep decline since the Enlightenment and so on. And all the myths that we have, when I was on a call with my friend Daniel Pinchbeck, and he said, my mom's writing a dystopian sci-fi story. I said, Daniel, don't say dystopian sci-fi. That's just redundant. And because we have been thrown increasingly, early sci-fi was utopian, Shangri-La and so on, but but now it's increasingly all dark. And so it's kind of like a pain body in the Eckhart Tolle sense that keeps inflicting more wounds on itself by constantly imagining, like a neurotic, dark negative outcomes. Whereas when I was a child in the early 60s, we had this, and went to the 1963 to 64 World's Fair and saw like the General Motors Futurama and this utopian vision of the future. It was like a religious experience for me. I really believed that, but any myth of progress has completely soured in subsequent generations. And so in writing Parallel Journeys, it starts with a classic dystopian sci-fi premise, but then it moves on to show the hidden metamorphosis. And that's what we need. And even if nobody else, and there are a few readers, but people can look it up online. They can read it free on my website. I'm not trying to make money, and I certainly don't with anything I do. But it even if I were the only reader, it says in the I Ching, the right person thinking the right thoughts affects things thousands of miles away, because whatever's going on in my psyche is immediately networked to the collective unconscious. And so this is why people should not feel helpless with being one person against the vast tsunami of collective psychosis, because you have as many psychic votes as you have uniqueness. So if we were to create a materialist analog, and I'm not a neurological materialist and I don't like computer analogs to the psyche, but for the sake of illustration, if we were to imagine 8 billion computers networked together. Now, if, a billion and a half of them are all chanting, toward Mecca, at the same time every day, or saying Christian prayers, or repeating the same political ideology. And you can take any one of them out of the system, and the field of information did hardly change at all, because they all have the same underlying mythology. But if you have even one person with a novel idea, then the whole 8 billion computer network is updated with that one idea as a seed crystal, and other people will have that same one idea, even if that one person lives in total isolation and never communicates it. And so therefore, the highest moral imperative for me is using my active imagination to create life-affirming stories.
Yes.
And now I want to, if I know I'm talking over you, so feel free to give me a timeout. But when you said something about not being a scholar. And I think this is a very important point related to the left and right hemisphere. And I've got to finish the McGilchrist book, and I realize hemispheric lateralization is not as simple as left and right and all that, but for purposes of discussion, we'll pretend it is. Okay. So the scholar idea. So we have a spectrum. Okay. So on the one end, we have Jeffrey Kripal, our friend, who's, the ultimate scholar. It's like reading Jung. It's so intimidating. It would take me lifetimes to catch up to his footnotes and know all this stuff, Jung, even more extreme. He knows all these ancient languages and mythologies and science and everything. However, I was raised by thinking types. I was kind of on that track. And in 1978, when I had my biggest what I thought of as an intellectual accomplishment, discovering the singularity archetype, I immediately started getting almost bullied by the creative muse to be more right hemisphered. I was going to, want to go to grad school and pursue the singularity archetype intellectually, scholarship path. And it said, no, the way to really understand it, explore it, and communicate it to others will actually be through sci-fi and fantasy fiction. And that is your life mission. You must do it that way. It took me 45 years, even with a degree in creative writing from master's degree from NYU in the 80s. I knew enough about writing to know I hadn't done it right yet. So there were like 12 versions until it was published in 2023. And then all kinds of other interventions would happen when I'd be trying to write Parallel Journeys, and I'd be pushed off of it and told to no, you're gonna make collages. You're gonna do photography. You're gonna do something visual, because you're not right hemisphered enough yet to tackle this. And it was absolutely correct. So I feel like I kind of came into, I had very intellectual parents. I was raised in an atmosphere of aggressive Ashkenazi intellectual Socratic dialogue and all that. I feel like in other lifetimes, like a previous incarnation, I was deep into that scholarship approach, but I was pushed toward the right hemisphere, and you even more so. You didn't even have a choice. You were even more neuroatypical and, like, came more out of the right hemisphere. And so this is something like, I came up with this idea about our friend Jeffrey Kredball, that, like, that he has MADS, MADS, mild autism deficiency syndrome. And his way of treating that was through KCRT, Kevin Cann relationship therapy, so that he is interpersonally trying to adjust the intrapsychic slight deficiency in autism, because he took the scholarship path and has to live this super high functioning lifestyle, constantly, doing all these extroverted things. And therefore, he needs to import some of the autism for you.
He does.
And this is the role that we play. It's a key idea of embedded in the singularity archetype of Homo Gestalt, of a group of mutants that are like telepathically networked together, and we're each has its slightly different functions, like organs of one body. I got this from the great sci-fi writer Ted Sturgeon and his 1953 novel More Than Human, and which is so organic and so brilliantly written, because most of the sci-fi from that era, like Asimov, is just horribly written. It's so hard to get through. But Ted Sturgeon was a master stylist, and it's an organic happening, that novel.
Yeah. Just very briefly, I went, oh, by the way, I might as well say this. This Jeff says it everywhere. The great Jeff Kripal, and he is great. He is truly great. I call him a living saint. I honestly do. I'm in awe of him. He's my student. I'm his teacher. He says it all over. And the only reason I say that is to riff off what you said. Jeff and I are in a pair bond, essentially, that I call a neurodiverse partnership. I need him. He needs me. For me to become as receptive as I've become, I had to sacrifice large parts of my standards human neuroarchitecture, making it difficult for me to even do well in the world. Though, I mean, come on. I owned a company. I put up a 10-page website to make $2 million. I'm not stupid. 31 years in IT, 7 years as a nuclear engineer, but that was just kind of me walking along like a zombie, barely there. My heart wasn't in any of that. Just my basic intelligence just kind of did it automatically for me. So yes, I'm very on board with this, what I call neurodiverse partnerships, and I feel that humans will not survive if we don't learn to do that. Larger part of our society. It's a leavening effect, because the intellect that's heartless. You get these people who think that they're billionaires, so they assume they must be better than everyone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And their intellectual limited ideas, they get these messiah complexes. They think they know better than everyone, and they want to implement these very small ideas. And that could wreck the entire human race. I mean, let's say one of them was trying to, I'll bioengineer everyone to be X. Well, what if it killed everyone? I mean, we're in a very dangerous time of the imagination, and we need that more diverse, holistic, neurodiverse partnership if we want to even keep surviving as a species. I just wanted to say that.
I could not agree more. I don't know if you can extend the 90 minutes of the recording, because I think it's going to, like, cut out on us, and there's a lot more to say.
There's no time limit that I'm aware of.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, good. You're the IT guy, so I'm going to trust you to control the computer magic. So what you're really, this is kind of how how consciousness has made its quantum jumps, is through hermetic circles, where key mutants, neurodivergent mutants who have novel psychic aspects come together. The analogy I use is, scattered embers, in a forest may just go out, but gathered together may create a blaze, the radiance of which is felt in the four corners of the land. Here's an example: Impressionism. So this was, the school of painting that was a reaction to daguerreotypes and early photography. And they're like, oh, we're screwed as painters. If we just keep going representationally, somebody can take a picture in, a few seconds that's, does what we do that takes us so much effort. And what they created was a new and more sophisticated way of seeing the world. And so our visual perception has been shifted by Impressionism, even if a lot of people don't even look at Impressionist paintings. And we were able to see color in a more sophisticated way and so forth. And there was one central organ, dominant personality, Monet, and it was like one group of mutants who were having in Paris, I think, were having affairs with each other and whatnot. And this one group of mutants, through their different way of seeing the world, shifted our visual perception and advanced human consciousness. And so, but here's something I want to say about that when we're talking about, how mutants can symbiotically help each other, because Jeffrey and I have something that is very challenged in you, because, I think you've been quite public about this, that your will to live is challenged. And I know what it's like to have will to live be challenged. I've had epic dark nights of the soul. I had a couple of dark nights of the soul where it felt like suicide might be the only possible remaining act of self-love. So I know what it's like to have your will to live challenged, and you have like extremely difficult life circumstances, and you had an epically abusive childhood that even my Bronx childhood can't hold a candle to. But so something I wanted to say about that and the archetypes and those channels is, you talked about how those existing channels influence people. I want you to challenge yourself by realizing that the falling will to live channel is one of the deepest out there. You have to agree. You look at those hockey stick graphs, of human decline in since 2015, when smartphones, came on the scene for almost everybody. The explosion of suicide in adolescence, depression, loss of social connections. That's like a Death Star out there in the collective unconscious. And because it's contra naturam, and because you're the father of Platonic Surrealism, I want to see what would give you that contra naturam thing to fight that entropic death channel that's out there, that would love to suck you as a divergent mutant into it, and be like, yeah, we can even absorb him into us, into our, Borg-like, darkness of, and so forth. Like, what would it take out of Platonic Surrealism if we were to apply it to you, the father of Platonic Surrealism? What in that philosophy could shift your relationship to will to live?
No man is an island. And I think that we're meeting each other in part for mutual reasons, a variety of mutual reasons. But one of them is I apparently need help in this matter. I do not do the fake, oh, I'm a girl, so I can't admit that I have issues. I mean, Alan Watts was a drunkard womanizer, but he had one of the most sublime minds I've ever seen. It's how it goes. Now, one could fall prey to and I fed you some of this bullshit, by the way. It's not entirely bullshit, but I fed you some bullshit, and I try to always be honest. I said, well, I'm embracing these faults so I don't fly away. It's required that I do that. Well, that's self-defeating, and it's feeding into this. And I acknowledge that. I wonder if there does need to be some, some of that. But I mean, excuse me, I'm sick. I'm using it as an excuse. So this is my big fault. I mean, yeah, I was tortured on levels I can't even explain to you growing up for the first 20 years. And then the next 20 years were about 50% better. But yeah, eventually I went to a psychiatrist and he said, you have PTSD. And he said, what what caused me this PTSD. And I said, all the beatings of rebar, they're being set on fire when I was in the Navy. They didn't like me. But they put me in charge of 80 men. So they didn't like me, but I was still in charge. Those suckers had to obey. So yeah, I've had a life of extreme torment. And somehow, despite all that, still, I seem to have done my mission of writing down a lot of Platonic Surrealism. That's what I feel my mission is. But it's left me very damaged. I mean, I'm 100 pounds overweight, diabetic. I comfort myself with pasta. Now, I write about things in Platonic Surrealism that can help people not do what I'm doing, and I'm ignoring parts of my own words. I'm clinging to parts of my shadow still, even though I have a whole chapter on healing your shadow. So I'm just one of you too, just one of us, just like one of us, like that song. And I'm not ashamed of it. It's part of the movie. It's part of my growth. And how this works out, TBD, to be determined, is do I let Thanatos grab me up and put the Platonic Surrealism partially in darkness? Or do I spring up as a fully individuated individual who's just too mean to let that happen? I don't know. That story is yet to be written, my friend. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I would like to apply Platonic Surrealism plus my life philosophy to your individual case as example. I mean, as the thing in itself, but also as an example for others of how to use it to shift the story. What, just like Arnold Toynbee, the small part recapitulates the whole, the life cycle of civilizations, the species. You parallel the life cycle of the individual, because like a fractal or a hologram, the small part recapitulates the larger holon, and that kind of thing. So now, if we were to applying this to you, and I started to do this in our 2.5-hour phone call the other day, then what we want to do is reinterpret the Kevin Cann story in a more generous, self-loving, and life-affirming way, and to see that, like, if it were not for all that trauma, you would not have reached that profound state of alienation from reality to be the father of Platonic Surrealism. Because if you grew up with like a happy family and, you'd be Joe Sixpack married to Jane Sixpack, and you'd be, perfectly happy doing much more ordinary things, but because everything was not working and you were in this completely, hostile environment and so forth, it forced much more unique individuality on you. And this is why I don't demonize the ego. I see the ego as having an evolutionary purpose, in that by encapsulating the psyche, the analogy is an oyster where, it's sealed into its own little self inside the calcified shell. And then you put a grain of sand in there as an irritant. And around that irritant, it accretes these beautiful opalescent layers, analogous to that pearl of great price, the psyche. And so the ego, by cutting off group telepathy, that I think is more the norm in nature, like a school of fish swimming in perfect synchrony, or a flock of birds, by separating us out of the group telepathy of the herd, it allowed the greatest engine of novelty ever developed, individuality. But half of that individuality would be pathological, because my idea of novelty is that, like, that in a time of high novelty, the outer edge of light and the outer edge of dark are both potentiated, increased, and widened, so that therefore the novelty becomes like the increased amplitude between those two expanded charged poles, kind of like the beginning of Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, and of course we're in exactly that sort of time. The outer edge of dark and the outer edge of light are both intensifying together. And so this is the story of your life too. Without that, so now we try and discover, Jungian concept, the golden shadow, that, at the very bottom of your shadow it turns back into the light. We see from all the suffering you've endured that there wouldn't be Platonic surrealism without it, and that it also gives you compassion for other people, so that you're not like, you create your own reality, new age, cheerleader, I'm saying everything can be perfect, like the positivity people and all that kind of thing. You are completely aware of the down and dirty, as you call it, aspects of nature and of human life, and that grounds Platonic surrealism in human suffering. And so if you can reinterpret your life and start to see that we need you to continue to be the spokesperson and developer of Platonic surrealism. And you maybe have to do it day by day. Like right now, you're very motivated to get to that class that hopefully we're all going to participate in at Esalen. And so, like, even if you just break off that chunk, and I at least want to get to Esalen, right? So I at least want to, work with my body enough to make sure I'm able to do that. And then there'll be another step after that. But I'm have had epic, you know, total despair, dark nights of the soul, but I'm so electrified by my sense of my life mission and purpose. I'm kind of down with Viktor Frankl's logotherapy. The hierarchy of our psychic needs is meaning, and you should have access to tremendous meaning, because you are the founder of a whole new philosophy that may be the real source code of all reality. That should be the inner light that allows you've already integrated your shadow. Now you need to like integrate that golden shadow into your life story, and 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 that can even change the past retrocausatively. Let me and change, and it can even change your past childhood of abuse. Let me give you a quick thought experiment. We have a person who's a blackout drunk, but now we clone a second copy of him, and that are totally identical. And both of them have a car accident, a near fatal car accident they caused by driving drunk at the same time. But for one of those two, we give a powerful near-death experience. The other one, it just has the medical emergency and, and so on. And now, for one of them, the shock of the car accident is just a milestone in their further spiraling down, and they die soon after of alcoholism. But the other one, because they had this transcendent experience, now has a much different consciousness, and now is able to help other alcoholics, because nobody else can help an alcoholic than a recovering alcoholic. And because you've experienced every flavor of the human shadow and of suffering, you're in a far better position to help others to use your shadow, to discover the golden shadow, and use your suffering to help others. And then that changes the past. The meaning of the accident that was identical for both of them is completely changed based on what happened after. So you're able to change the meaning of your childhood abuse if you're able to use that as a equipment for living to help others. And so by rewriting the story of Kevin Cann to help us to rewrite the story of the human species, which is what I'm trying to do in the imagination, that's the most important thing we can do.
Yeah, that's beautiful thinking. If I was one of those arrogant new age teachers, I'd say, "Oh, Jonathan, I knew that years ago." No, in this case, these sort of realizations have just been starting to percolate into my head, and I've just started a process like that, but I kind of suck at it. I'm not good at it yet. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've been working for 2 years on this sort of thing, but it feels like the mass inertia of all the suffering has just embedded itself in my flesh. I'm just worn out. And then, of course, my wife's okay with this. I had pretty much spent 54 years utterly alone. I was married twice, but before that, but there's no better way to be alone than to be married or not to have sex. Yeah, if you want sex, don't get married. And if you don't want to be utterly alone, don't get married. I mean, marriage is something that works very well in America, at least. But I met my wife 11 years ago, and she's a pure delight. And I I actually wanted to live as just a regular human being for the first time in my life after I met her and married her. Well, now, of course, she's dying of stage 4 heart failure, and it has crushed me. Um, I guess there was some suffering I still hadn't had yet. So it's been most challenging.
Well, um, granted, and there is no mitigation or lightening of authentic human
No, there
suffering.
isn't.
However, we can say that a consistent life theme for you is that the universe doesn't seem to want you to live a regular,
No, it
happy
does not.
life, right? But way you can apply Platonic surrealism to it is by constantly exerting your active imagination to be the movie director inside your psyche. So when you said just now, I really suck at this, if you were to say, what?
Well, I am. I am
I'm gradually
very,
getting better
very
at this.
slowly, but yes.
And right. So you want to, because and I also study survival research, and survivors relentlessly, even when the odds are totally stacked against them, know they have to keep up morale. Once you start feeling you're non-viable and you can't survive, then that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's like, I forget the guy, it's a tip of my tongue, but he was kind of one of the better class of motivational speakers. But he ran into a friend at the gym, and he could see that the guy had a cold. And he said, "How long have you had the cold?" And the guy said, "In 3 weeks, it'll be a month." So this is the black magic we do to ourselves, is we create self-fulfilling thought forms that slant things toward negative outcomes. But this is where you need to get really aggressive with Platonic surrealism, and to resist the huge Death Star like archetype out there of just sink into the abyss, it's all useless, life sucks, and then you die. And that would be a failure of Platonic surrealism. We need you to walk the talk and to find a way, just like it took you, all that summoning of your will to bring on the UFO. Um, and there's more I want to say about that if we have enough time. But it, that's what I want to see you do for yourself as the test case, right? Because you're an evolutionary crucible in yourself. And so we don't want the Kevin Cann archetype to have just a dismal ending, right? It's going to have an ending anyway. We're guaranteed that death, that event horizon of death anyway, but we want it to work out in a good way if we can, when we can.
Yeah, it's Can, by the way, not Con. Can.
Oh,
Kevin
so
Can, not
can, not
Con. I'm not
con.
James Con. Yeah, Can.
Can.
Like it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But no, you're
So
right. I would prefer a more cheerful story.
okay. I don't want to beat that to death. There's a couple of other huge branches we could go off on if you still have the energy.
I do.
I only had 4 hours of sleep myself. So one is related to the your UFO experience, and then another in a different direction is related to what's going on with AI, which is like the elephant in the room. If we're going to talk about all of human reality, it's hard to leave that
I know
one
a
out.
lot about
So
AI. I know a lot about AI
I'm
that
sure.
human beings don't know. Sorry. I'm a human being. It
Okay.
just seems like I'm not sometimes, but I'm a human being. There's that bell-shaped curve of humanity. Here's Joe Sixpack, and here's me over here somewhere. I'm just an outlier.
And we're highly neurodivergent, but in different, hopefully complementary ways.
Hopefully.
So do you want to go down the AI path, or do you want to go into some implications of the UFO experience path?
We can do both.
Or if some
Why don't we make those our two final topics and wrap up for today?
Okay. I'll be burnt out by the time we're done with those. So, well, let's go with the UFO first, I guess, since that's somewhat more grounded in your personal experience. So here's what I call the dirty little secret of paranormal research. When something paranormal happens, it's almost impossible to say what paranormal thing happened. And this even relates to Platonic surrealism. Like, I believe, but I approach it only phenomenologically, that I'm in daily contact with a friend who committed suicide in 2013. There's a lot of evidential stuff, but I don't fully buy it because I also know that I have an ability to create tulpas and egregores and
Of course.
all that kind of stuff with the holographic memory of this person. So I don't give it 100% credibility, but I relate to it phenomenologically. I relate to the experience on its own terms. Jeff did a wonderful summary of phenomenology in his book with Whitley Strieber, Super Space Natural. Anyway, but let's say my friend were to say, okay, I want to prove to you, because he insists that he is directly related to the historically real friend that I used to know. And let's say he said, okay, I want to prove it to you once and for all. Take out a penny, and I predict if you toss that penny, it's going to come up heads 12 times in a row. And I run the experiment, and it happens. Did he prove survival in that experiment?
No.
Right. Because maybe I have latent psychokinesis and I wanted it to come out that way. Maybe it was, what Garrett Modell, I know from the Society of Scientific Exploration in Boulder, I think maybe he created the term um, decision augmentation theory. Maybe I happen to know through short-term clairvoyance, which we have a lot of evidence of, the exact moment when the conditions would be right to run that experiment, to get that result, to confirm my wish fulfillment and so on. And I could keep multiplying more and more exotic possibilities, right? So when you had the UFO experiment, or experience, I said experiment, that was interesting, but you
It was an experiment.
are kind of presenting it through the lens of Platonic surrealism,
Yes.
which is valid, but there are other exotic possibilities that wouldn't necessarily contradict Platonic surrealism, but where the causal vector would be somewhat different.
Of course.
Okay, so I long before I knew of Joshua Cutchin's magnum opus, the ecology of souls. I was using that term all the time because I saw the same Jeffrey Mishlove interview with Terence McKenna from the 80s, in the 80s when it first came out, where Terence said, if we were looking for an ecology of souls, Occam's razor would say, like, where do we know that there's an ecology of souls that for sure exists? That's us. So the UFOs would simply be us, in a different part of the life cycle.
Exactly.
And I had a powerfully numinous dream. People will discount dreams, but dreams are as real as anything else. It's just a cultural prejudice to say that a dream is less real than what goes on in the waking life. This relates to what Jung called his great discovery, the reality of the psyche. If I ask you to think of a pink elephant and you do, well, it's a factual actuality that you thought of a pink elephant and not a blue Toyota 4Runner truck at that moment.
Right.
The history of the universe must include the fact that you thought of a pink elephant at that time, or it's incomplete or wrong. So dreams are factual actualities. And in this highly numinous dream, I see a silver saucer-shaped UFO land, and it's super numinous. And then out of the UFO steps a silvery, it looks like a gray alien with the big almond-shaped eyes, and it walks toward me. And then what I see is that the eyes are like binocular visors of like a space astronaut kind of outfit. And inside of it is, I won't give his full name. Oh, well, why not? Harry Ruderman, a neighbor of mine in the Bronx, who is a brilliant mathematician, taught at the school I went to, the Bronx High School of Science, and so did his wife. And he was a dead guy when I had the dream. And so this is, so I think this is the best explanation, not the only explanation, because I think that when we talking about the paranormal and we're talking about entities, one idea I have is that look at the fantastic variability of people from Jeffrey Kripal, the saint scholar, to Vladimir Putin, the killer psychopath antichrist like figure or whatever. I mean, the variability is so completely epic, and yet the novelty and variability is limited by organic chemistry and gravity and things like that. When we take those limiting factors away and enter the idioplastic space of the dream time or the afterlife zone, now the variability becomes so exotic, it becomes not only stranger than we think, stranger than we can think. So, I'm open to all the possibilities, us from the future, and that's yes.
I want to hit you with the very essence of why I'm holding the class at Esalen that you alluded to. Now, Esalen chose the title for the class and a lot of the material. I didn't, but it's interesting. It's certainly an interesting opportunity. This is what I want to say. This is why I jump up and down about archetypes here. UFOs are hyper objects and or hyper beings. The delineating barrier between hyper object and hyper being is kind of squishy. Beings can be relatively without bodies or containers, but they often have bodies or containers, at least subtly. So hyper being and hyper object are nearly the same thing. But I wanna reference off the way here. What a brilliant man. You know, I want to say more so his earlier work than his current work, but that sounds mean, so I won't say it. I'm allowed to have an opinion. I'm just saying I really appreciate his earlier work. But he would discuss how you could have he gave cases where two people be standing on the porch. One person would see a UFO and the other person saw like nothing or a tractor or a ham sandwich. And people want to go, oh, it's the aliens. They're injecting screen memories in your head. No, that's not it, you silly. I mean, it could be, but that's just one explanation, and it's a poor one. What's actually happening, let's say I summon a UFO. It's a hyper object. I wanted to see a UFO because that was in my initial summoning instructions as to what had to appear. Somebody else wanted to see the Virgin Mary, they're going to see the Virgin Mary. Now, is this hallucination? Is this the mind can't properly process, so it falls back to comforting images already in itself? No, that's not. I mean, that can happen, of course. That's not the answer. A hyper object or a hyper being is a story element, and the universe only cares about telling stories. It doesn't care how it works under the hood, except at the very lowest level, ring zero before all reality. You've got Platonic Surrealism. But it doesn't care. It might use the Virgin Mary to look like a UFO. It might use a plasma intelligence. It might use something from another world. It doesn't necessarily care. It wants the story to be moved along. The outer appearance is almost completely irrelevant. And in other worlds, so to speak, in other variations, in other potentiality rifts, that UFO is all those other things. And here's the thing, concurrently. But here we see one time stratum overall. But if you can see them all, or many of them, which I can see many of them, it is the Virgin Mary. It is. And she's part of that hyper object. She's part of that hyper being. She can power a story like that as well. And so that's why I feel so strongly about the meta-mean nature of archetypes. I'll turn it back to you for now.
Okay. So, from the perspective of oneness, a perspective I don't particularly like because we lose all our ability to make distinctions between anything. But
Right.
however, in looking at your UFO experience, there's a way in which there would be different centers of manifestation that could be weighted differently depending on how we look at it or what actually happened. So in one of them, this is your psyche, analogous to the Krell-Tech in Forbidden Planet, analogous to active imagination, your psyche generates this idioplastic hyperobject responsive to your psyche. And that's one way of looking at it, and the way you presented it kind of is weighted toward that. But here's another exotic possibility. You're sending out, as a powerful psychic mutant, this wish to have an encounter. And now let's say there is a soul out there, maybe a previously living human being or a group of them, that are like, oh, this mutant wants to play. I'll play. And now it comes along and be like, I'm in a psychoid body. I can be idioplastic. I can roll over. I can do these things that Kevin wants. And now we kind of weight the vectors of causality differently because there's not just your psyche generating it, but another one with its own individual properties has come along and be like, I'll play with Kevin. You see? And then still another way is saying that like the collective unconscious is intelligent and interactive. And so, all these have blurred boundaries because, your psyche has open boundaries with the collective unconscious, but the collective unconscious acts with more of its own agency and decides, well, Kevin didn't imagine a pyramid inside a cube, but why not? Let's throw some platonic solids at him since he doesn't like platonic solids, just to be a trickster. You see what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so this is the thing where I say about the dirty little secret with paranormal research. It's hard to say what actually happened. Our best indicator, however, is your inner truth sense. So, given these different exotic possibilities, where would you weight the causal vector? Is it purely your imagination, like a Krell-Tech equipped mutant that could just created the whole thing and externalized your own imagination? Like Jung thought that maybe or like Jung who thought that the flying saucers might be exteriorizations of the collective unconscious? Or do you think you ran into a disincarnate soul in a psychoid body that decided to have a fun afternoon with you?
Yeah, I've got an answer. Now, normally when people have a UFO encounter like that, and I'm calling it a UFO, it's a meta object. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, oh, by the way, I gotta say this. I I I need to go off track just for a second here. I'm sorry. You've kept me on track. I've helped we've been on track. But I need to go off track
Sure.
just a brief moment. Hmm. In some forms of Hinduism, there's a practice where you determine or are given your ishta. And I always butcher Sanskrit. I don't know any. I'm not a scholar. I'm a dummy. I know nothing. But it translates to like Lord or guiding principle for your life. So what you do is you go, oh, I want Vishnu. And that's fine. And you pick Vishnu. If you're Hindu, you pick Vishnu. He's a hyper being. Maybe I'll get the subcontinent of India mad at me too, like Jeff did. I don't know. I don't especially want to. I love the history of India. I adore it. Anyway, but or you could say that your Ishta or guiding principle or Lord is truth or beauty. So, as part of my own practice, I did pick an Ishta many, many years ago to do one. It's truth and beauty. Because if you pick something with a form, it'll corrupt. That's something you learn in Platonic Surrealism almost instantly. Is you get the bright, you get the dark. But if you pick something like truth and beauty, I mean, I suppose truth and beauty, well, yeah, they've got the dark too, but they're much less prone. Well, the Nazis thought they were doing truth too. Anyway, you can take a non-human form. It's tough. Well, here's what I want to say, and this is directly on target here. Humans have mostly lost their ability to have an active imagination in this world and let toxic stories control them right now. The only thing they allow themselves as an ishta is the UFO. The UFO is an ishta. It It confronts us, it provokes us, we don't understand it, it knocks us all off balance. And you mentioned something about that yourself. It's perfectly true. The UFO is for many, and it's tough. And it was for me because I've been kicked out of every group I've ever been in. So I had to form one finally, right? I was kicked out of a yoga group because, I was part of the Gopi Krishna Kundalini Research Foundation for 10 years and other yoga organizations. I became very disgusted with the current state of religion, spirituality, and yoga. I didn't think they knew what they were talking about enough. And I believe, well, there's not much doubt in my mind, at least, that I was right about that. And my muse, which I didn't have yet, but I can tell, my muse pushed me to look into ufology. And I thought it was all horseshit too, of course. I mean, 95% of ufology is pure horseshit. But I wanted to know if there was such a thing as a UFO. And so I came up with an experiment to summon one. And I just knew that I could do it. There was not one molecule of doubt that I could do it. It was the most certain thing, more certain than I was alive and breathing. It was just absolutely written into the movie of the universe that I was going to do this, and it was going to fucking happen if I had the universe over my knee, bare bottom spank it and make it squeal. It was going to happen. And that's exactly the attitude that it happened, as you alluded to earlier. But I'm just saying that UFO was also an Ishtar for me. Do you want to respond to that first before I go on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. It's the phenomenon is meant to be inscrutable. It's meant to be like that black monolith in our mind, the singularity archetype incarnate that's stranger than we can think to so that we don't it was like Terence McKenna called the UFO the cosmic giggle at the bachelor party of science. It's a rupture of plane ontological experience we can't get our minds around, and we can't fully collapse the wave function of possible interpretations because it's so it's so hyperdimensional that like no explanation can fully encompass it. However, there is a distinction that you are the most qualified person in the world to make. If I say, I want to summon a human soulmate, and now I meet a human soulmate, that's a little bit different than saying I want to manifest a soulmate and generate a tulpa out of my own psyche, right? So there's a real distinction there. Do you think that this entity was an autonomous agent who was not a reflection of your psyche, but had its own psyche that existed before you ever tried to summon one?
This will take 10 minutes. Are you game?
What's up?
It'll take 10 minutes to explain. Are you game? 10 minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I just recently told Jeff this the other day. I think he was the first person to ever hear this. So I knew that there was a 99% chance that if I summoned a UFO, it would simply be a tulpa-like psychoid entity. And I anticipated that was the most likely outcome. But I knew that in the future, there were people who would want to listen to me talk about any UFOs, nuts and bolts with their own will. I knew in 2013 that I would be teaching a class at Esalen in 2025 where people from the government will also be attending, apparently, and they'd want an answer to this. So I crafted my summoning to accommodate that I could also answer questions like that. Hey, isn't that funky? So my core requirement is that I summon a physical nuts and bolts UFO and not just a psychoid object, as Young called it. And during the 3-day summoning process, I kept getting nibbles of psychoids wanting to come. And I refused them. I refused them all. And I insisted it had to be so I could go bang, 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 physical and permanently so. Because some physical objects, I wrote a paper on this, can just fade away eventually. And in the paper, I write how to be a physical object, it has to be written hard coded into the movie, so to speak, and not a dynamic thing that can live for a time. It has to be hard coded into the movie to be physical.
Okay, so you weren't going to settle for like some completely psychoid thing. You wanted it to have full-on materiality.
Yes.
But was your intention that it be its own agent, that you were summoning another being,
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That was the
So
goal.
do you think so you think that it was its own agent?
Oh, indeed.
It was its own
Indeed, it was. And it was the most terrifying experience of my entire life when I realized what it was. That's quite a lead.
Okay, so this was a monad to monad experience, if I'm using your terms right. It was not you as a single monad using pure Platonic surrealism causal vector and just Krell-Tech-like summoning something out of your own psyche and creating a physical materialization out of your own psyche, where you're the ventriloquist, so to speak, of the whole phenomenon. It had its own agency. You summoned it, but it was going to do its own thing and play with you in its own way, out of its own agency.
Yes and no. Remember how I said that our monads, some of them create creative palette together as a project?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with you if you're going homo gestalt.
And by that I mean a universe, right?
Okay.
So okay, I'm not going to make any egregious claims here. Let's say that I was one of the co-creators with the other trillion of people, whatever, as a monad group of this universe. In that sense, nothing here is independent. So I don't even like that sort of thinking. Everything is a product of the group activity. So it's not beyond Platonic surrealism. In fact, it's a child of Platonic surrealism. If that's the case. Now, if I'm just slumming and I'm here watching this movie and I wasn't one of the creators, then I wouldn't have that quote vote or power. And I'm not going to say which is the truth among those two options. But in any case, I need to bring up a concept here called the dream of physicality. Because Jeff was just always all over me a dozen different times on this topic. He says, well, I've got friends that are certain it's physical. I mean, he goes off and meets with Soul and Gary and Shock and all this. I spent the day with Psyche too, you know. All these people are convinced it's physical. Okay, fine, call it physical, but it's a dream. It's a dream of physicality. It is just so beautifully internally consistent that it's a complete cell job. That's one of the key takeaways from Platonic surrealism. I don't dispute there's a physical world, but it's just a beautifully crafted movie. And it's crafted with guardrails so that people can't tend to modify it. So some things are just written into the movie. And but what's interesting is when the UFO arrived, and it was like the most amazing thing. Well, let me tell you just a little bit about the summoning. I've written about it, but so originally I had this fancy yoga ritual I created, which basically involved a full-on controlled Kundalini experience and then feed that into samyana, and I'm mispronouncing my Sanskrit. And thus I would power the psychoid of all psychoids and materialize it. That was originally my plan. But when I started getting all these people that wanted to participate and be the psychoid, I realized that's not good enough. I need a real physical nuts and bolts UFO. And when it arrived, I even, as part of my test protocol, I shut my eyes. I wanted to see if it was just being beamed into my imagination. But when I shut my eyes, I, of course, couldn't see anything. So during the summoning process, and it wasn't working, and I was getting all these nibbles of beings that wanted to show up and pretend to be a UFO. I got frustrated. I got angry. And I probably even tapped my shadow a little bit. And so I said, basically, fuck it. No fancy ritual. I'm going to exert my will, and this sucker's going to appear, and it's going to be a nuts and bolts UFO. And so I kept building and building and building, taking no excuses, repelling intermediate unwanted results. And I did that for 3 days, awake or asleep. Even asleep, I was still doing it. And then after 3 days, I collapsed. And nothing had happened. Now, I knew there's a principle. Are you okay, brother? You okay?
I just have a tickle in my throat. I'm perfectly fine.
Okay.
I'm drinking some water right now. But since we've broken your flow, if I can still talk, I'd like to look at those encroachments of other inferior possibilities.
Right.
Was your sense that these were other shape-shifting tricksters that wanted to, I'll be your UFO, but I'll be something inferior to what your intention was of a fully physical UFO?
Right.
Were they inferior manifestations of your psyche, or did you sense other trickster spirits being, I'll be Kevin's UFO, but they wouldn't do the job that you would want them to do?
Yeah. I mean, kind of every possibility. I thought fairy folk, I've got a strong connection to fairy folk. I thought fairy folk, they love showing up at UFOs. Because they don't, it's the funniest thing in the world for them is they don't believe in outer space. And I think I explained that one time. I'll go over it again. It's a class, if nothing else. So they drive themselves into hysterics showing up as a UFO when they don't believe in outer space. But yeah, fairy folk, psychoids, aspects of my own interior monad itself. That's the easiest one. You see, summoners often just sink into the own depths of their own personal unconscious and play a movie inside their own essence, and it never touches, quote, the consensus physical world at all. That is one of the most common outcomes. And I knew about that, and I wasn't going to accept it. I was going to grab the universe by the balls and make it squeal and cough up a real physical UFO, not just be inside my own mind, not attract psychoids, not attract fairies or discarnates or all these things. It was going to be the real fucking thing.
Okay, but you mentioned two different possibilities, and I want to, we're going to lose all distinctions if you say all possibilities. Not that that's a bad phrase, but we have two very different weighted in the oneness possibilities. One where trickster spirits, we know they exist. There's a lore about them in every culture and period,
right,
who want to come out and play, but you sense they're not the full-on one you want to play with, versus other inferior manifestations of your psyche erupting.
right.
That's an important distinction, because those spirits have their own agency and their own history that is independent of yours, as compared to things emerging from your unconscious. When you felt those encroachments, where did you feel them coming from? Your unconscious, or out of the ecology of souls? as independent agents who wanted to come and play with you because you were in a place where you could be played with, but you were waiting for the right one.
Right. Both. I'm
Both.
porous enough. I'm porous enough. I can say it's both.
Okay. Both in the sense that at different moments of encroachment, there were encroachments from your unconscious, and at other moments of encroachment, you sensed independent
Yes.
spirits
Yes.
wanting to play. Okay. That's a real answer now. We've made the distinction. It wasn't all from the unconscious. It wasn't all outer spirits. It was both. Now, when we get to the Big Papa one, right?
Right.
Which one was it? Was it an eruption of your unconscious? Was it the collective unconscious doing it, or was it a soul that had its own independent history and agency coming out to play in the way you wanted it to?
I have to go back to what I keep saying. If I was indeed one of the team that actually made this out, and I know that sounds so arrogant, and it's not. Everybody does it. It's children playing with marbles, like in um, Men in Black, where at the end the aliens are playing with marbles in their whole worlds or universes or galaxies, whatever it was. That's our inner nature for all human beings that transact on that level. So I'm not special. I'm completely ordinary.
Okay, so here's where we're having the conflict, and it
Oh, there's
relates
no
to one of
conflict.
the.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
It is in a way, I think, and it is one of the key dynamic paradoxes, which is oneness versus eachness.
Right.
And you hear people who keep pulling oneness, like the world's most hired of magicians' rabbits out of the hat to say, like, you can't top this. It's all oneness. Therefore, we can't say that, Jonathan and Kevin, because we're all part of the same totality. But then this is being too far on one side of that dynamic paradox, because as William James said, if there was one thing about the phenomenal world that was the most apparent, it was that the love of eachness. When we look at trees, we don't see an homogeneous mass of treeness. We see highly differentiated individual trees. So another completely valid, oneness got boring. That's why it had a big bang, and we have the wonderful expression of eachness, right? So I think that the conflict is you're more weighted toward oneness. I'm more weighted toward eachness,
Fair enough.
and I'm trying to get the eachness distinction here,
Okay. Don't
because
worry.
I can say you and me are all part of oneness, but that loses some important psychological distinctions because we have different amounts in our checking accounts, and we have different BMIs, and we're different in all kinds of ways, and those are meaningful distinctions as well. And when it comes to the Big Papa UFO, don't just fall back on oneness on me.
I'm not.
I want I
And
want to
yes, I'm
know
irritated
how
with
much
you.
I want to know how much it seemed independent of your unconscious. Sure, you're forming a psychic mutuality. It's interacting. When you relate to a shape-shifting being that's psychic, it's hard to say who's who. The subject and object breaks down. We form a psychic mutuality. However, I'm forming a psychic mutuality with another agent.
I'll answer you.
Okay,
And
please.
you'll see that I'm not too much oneness.
Okay.
A key concept in Platonic Surrealism, which I probably have not documented properly, is that oneness is simply the collection of all eachness. And so don't put down eachness. It's the only thing that keeps oneness what it is. See, I'm not an
Great.
enemy of eachness. I'm a vast
Okay.
proponent of it. I'm the most vast proponent next to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's slide on the paradox scale between oneness and eachness, more toward eachness, and tell me, there's a lot of eachness between the two of us. We have a lot in common. We're both Homo
Right.
sapiens. We're both neurodivergent, but we're very distinctly each, and that's why even the software is recognizing, when I'm talking and when you're talking, and so on. So, let's look at the UFO encounter from more the eachness perspective.
I will.
Because
I will.
Okay,
Just let
well,
me
let's
explain
do it.
now. Let's do it.
Okay, okay, please.
So, as part of the summoning process, my awareness was actually going out through either our universe or similar universes, the cluster universes, and I was looking for physical nuts and bolts UFOs. And I came across various stream of physicality, quote, physical aliens out there. They were mostly composed of just two types, and nothing that anyone's ever babbled about was bullshit. Nothing like that. But the kicker, and this is funny actually, the most dominant alien species doesn't use ships.
Ooh, so now we've strayed into a new territory because now you're strongly implying we got to clear this up. ETH, the extraterrestrial hypothesis. What do you mean by aliens? And what do you mean by alien species? Are these, a different organic species from Zeta Reticuli? Like, what exactly do you mean?
Yeah. No, there is one dominant physical alien species out there.
I didn't see things going this way.
Yeah, I
say
know.
more.
Yeah. They're fungus. They are telepathic, hyper-evolved fungus in a symbiosis with sentient plasma. Humans are in a symbiosis with sentient plasma. But yeah, they tend to live on worlds without oxygen, and they don't like oxygen breathers overall. Due to we can go into that in no time. I don't want to go over it today. And they can travel anywhere in space time they want, but they don't use ships. There's this like cosmic fungal mycelial network through all space and time. And if they want to come to Earth, they just take a step. It's beyond portal. They just walk here. It's just a moment to walk here. And when let's call it a portal, when the portal opens up, you'll smell sulfur. It's one of the prime constituents of their atmosphere. So I was very interested in Joshua Cutchin's book on the topic of occult odors. Yeah. So these are the main species out there, and they don't have ships.
Okay, but now your interpretation is dramatically distinguished from the ecology of souls point of view, where we have, beings from a different part of the human life cycle.
We do.
This is a whole different species, a whole different phylum of life.
It is.
It's a we've now drawing a bright red circle around ETH because now we have a fungus species that can bend space and time as they wish. I can't disqualify that in any way. I just want to point out the huge distinction that's now happened, because now we're not talking about a psychoid product of your psyche. We're not talking about one from being created by the human collective unconscious. We're not talking about a disincarnate human soul that's in an idioplastic psychoid body. Now we're talking about a completely different species that has a real physical existence, its own independent origin story, outside of the oneness on a different planet or place of the universe. And that's a really huge shift in my understanding of your encounter. Is that what you think the UFO was?
No.
Hyper-intelligent fungus?
No.
Okay,
It wasn't.
explain.
Well, I told you I was looking for physical ships, right?
Right.
So my awareness went all over the place, and I couldn't find any ships because our universe doesn't tend to have ships, which makes this whole UFO thing on Earth just absolutely. There's probably going to be people send death threats that I'm saying this. I mean, two people hate me more than anyone alive, and that's Christians and people who believe in Roswell. I've had more death threats from both those people. It's just sickening. But no, I ran across this dominant species in our universe. We're not dominant, they are. And they thought it was hilarious. No. I could see they didn't have any ships. I saw whole worlds covered with fungus. The whole surface pretty much covered with fungus. And they're happy up to 8 times Earth gravity. So all these red dwarf stars out there that have super Earths, they're there. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. And it wasn't them. They didn't have any shit to give me. They don't have any. So I had to press on. That's where I'm going with this. I had to press on to find a physical ship. And I finally found one. And it taught me so much. And the whole UFO summoning was my ishtar for many years, because I did not let myself go for an easy explanation, because that would be wrong. That would be confabulation of my left hemisphere. So I left it in a suspended state of Socratic dialogue, nonverbal Socratic dialogue, for 10 years before I finally knew what I had summoned. It took 10 years for the Zoltan machine from Big to pop up a card and tell me what it was.
Okay, well, let me. I want to find out what it was. So, okay, it was not the fungal species.
No.
I'm fine with no ships. Like, every time I see a rocket, I just feel embarrassed for the human species. It looks so silly. Like the idea that we're going to get anywhere in a skyscraper of metal filled with like dinosaur juice or whatever is so ridiculous. Like, why bother with that at all? It's a joke. But so I think a super advanced species would not need a physical ship, and but this one had rivets and stuff. But it was not physical in a conventional sense, because it was also idioplastic. It could turn into a cube with a pyramid inside of it.
Right.
But tell us, but before we even get into that, what was the agent behind that in quotes, scare quotes, physical ship that's idioplastic? It's not the fungal species. It's not your psyche. It's not the human collective unconscious. What is it?
Yeah, I'll get to that. I got to go back to the UFO summoning story. And then it's important. There's no way I can answer your question without going back to the story.
Okay.
So after collapsing and sleeping a couple hours, I got up. And of course, I'm addicted to unhealthy food. So I immediately went for the microwave pasta. Quickest way to get some food in me. And while I was making the microwave pasta, I felt a presence behind me suddenly. And I let the pasta in the microwave because I thought I might become alarmed and drop it, and I didn't want to waste the pasta. And his pasta was holy.
But not Whole
Anyway.
Foods. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I turned around and I saw this 4-foot tall being walked, phasing through my glass door. And it was a very terrifying being. And it took me 10 years to realize what it was too. But it pointed its finger at me, and I realized I was going to be paralyzed. So I staggered about 6 feet, fell into my recliner chair. And I like to joke about this. I guess I shouldn't, because it's not funny for abductees, but I was basically abducted in my easy chair in my home. I wasn't taken anywhere. I was abducted in place. I was paralyzed in place.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but before we get into its doing anything, before it even phases through the glass, you have elsewhere described how you came to realize this came out of your own personal unconscious and imagination, because it was like the dwarves in the movie Phantasm 4.
Correct. That's the form I chose.
So
well,
this
actually, I got it.
You chose. Okay. Now that's
but it chose too.
Right.
It was a mutual.
I live in that world every day. I have like 3 paranormal experiences before breakfast. When you're relating to a soul that is psychoid and idioplastic, the presentation is a confluence. It comes out of a mutuality. He takes the form that I need to see him in, and it's all very interactive. I get that part, but that dwarf is using something in your own memory, but there's an agent behind that is choosing to do that, and that is psychically aware of you, and hopefully this is all leading to who that agent is.
Yeah, and I know it took 10 years. I know. So
Okay.
the reason the psychoid appearance, psychoid appearance, the reason for the psychoid appearance as being from the movie Phantasm 3 is in Phantasm 3, these little dwarves were actually compacted humans that have been captured by the tall man, whatever you want to call him. And they were servants for him, and they were compacted human beings. They were processed human beings. They were, in fact, processors of consciousness. Because if only one thing exists, and that's consciousness. Now, in Platonic Surrealism, there's potentiality, but it's not actualized. There's awareness, which is transtemporal, but everything else is just consciousness, and it is the only building material. If consciousness, in an idealistic sense, if consciousness is all that exists, and you want to have stuff, consciousness has to be your only building material. So that's why I didn't understand it for 10 years, but that's why that image from the movie, so that I could learn that realization, that it was intended that I get that information transfer. Now, as to what the being was, you're going to love this. You're going to love it to death. He was a machine elf. He was a civil servant in the architecture of reality, whose function was to clean up messes made in consciousness, because I had a nasty, violent Kundalini occurrence, and I had dumped all my dream substance. You can call it loose, you can call it life force. It was consciousness product. I had dumped it all over the place with the violent Kundalini experience, and it wasn't all cleaned up properly. So a civil servant, a machine elf, showed up, took the opportunity while he was there to clean up the mess that I had made with my not perfectly understood Kundalini experience.
Okay. So we are talking about Terence McKenna's term, the self-transforming machine elves that he saw on DMT that were singing objects into being, and wanted to encourage him to sing objects into being as well via Platonic Surrealism. But you say it was a civil servant, meaning it is an agent of not a planet, but not of the collective unconscious, but of like an even greater whole on, like the pleroma or something that's like
Yes,
governing
yes,
all reality.
yes.
Okay. So it is closer to an archetype than a human being
Correct,
is,
correct.
in that sliding scale, but yet it has individual
It does, it
agency.
does. Yes,
Okay.
yep.
And if any sense, if I were a self-transforming machine elf, what would be my backstory? Did I have machine elf parents? Did I just originate out of the pleroma already fully made to perform a particular function? Am I the mitochondria of the pleroma? Like, what am I if I'm a machine, self-transforming machine elf?
Ask me another time, and I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
We got to get through this UFO
So,
story.
okay.
Can I
All right.
continue?
Well,
Or other things?
yes, go ahead. Continue.
So I was utterly paralyzed, and I thought, well, the reason he paralyzed me is because he wants to like transfer into me or something, and doesn't want me to squirm and mess up the transfer. And I thought that even at the time, and I think that was quite correct, though the word energy is too undefined. But I don't want to dwell on that right now. So after about 15 minutes, I could move again.
Well, I do. I mean, tell us what was it energy? Was it information? Was it consciousness? I mean, these are overlapping
Okay, fine,
categories,
fine.
obviously.
It's
But
the thing I haven't been able to communicate properly. We human beings are symbiotic with sentient plasma of 99.99%. And I'm not talking about, and I'll be giving this disclaimer during the class, I'm not really talking about biophotons or other physical evidence. it's a little more slippery than that. And then they'll go, "Oh, you're talking like prana or something, are you?" Bullshit that, yeah, magical thinking. Like, no, it's real physical stuff. But we haven't quite detected it properly yet. And they go, "Oh, that's just promissory metaphysics." So then I'll go, "Well, you're missing 95% of the universe. I call that promissory materialism. Don't give me any shit. We're on the same, we're on the same footing here, buddy." So, I mean, I'm going to have like 20 PhDs at my class. So a lot of them world famous PhDs, by the way. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was some of this nature. Um, and so humans generate what I call dream substance, which is the modifications by consciousness, habit, will, creativity, modifications stored in a Rupert Sheldrake like manner in the plasma envelope, which is actually more of a recording device activity than the human brain. And when humans die, part of the process is this dream substance is emitted into the ecology of souls, where folk and other imaginal creatures eat it, build their bodies from it, and are allowed to live. We are a cosmic mitochondria producing this stuff so that vast regions of the rest of reality can live at all. We are a producer of this. But, and people go, "Oh, you're saying demons are feasting on your soul." No, I'm not. We are awareness, child of potentiality, on par as the kind of a child of the Most High, if you want to get religious. I'm not religious, but I just want the religious people in your race to know, no, dream substance is not your soul. It's a recording medium. And
Okay, I want to understand that recording medium dream substance better because it's not our soul, so our souls are not extinguished, but we shed this
yes,
dream substance when we die,
yes.
and other beings consume it.
Or have a Kundalini
Okay,
experience, by the way. Kundalini is merely a premature activation of the death processing of dream substance evacuation routine. So the Kundalini people will come after me in the subcontinent of India, I suppose. But that's what it is. I experienced the whole thing from the bottom of the feet out the top of the head, burning through my skull with actual odors and sensations of the skull plates being pushed slightly apart, the burning of the hair, and the evacuation of the dream substance from a full Kundalini awakening. And that's when I died. I needn't have died, but I died. But I got better, I got better. Got better. I got better.
well, thank goodness for that. But we're starting to get too much of a density of weirdness for even a weirdo like me to follow. So we need to try and break it down into more nourishing nuggets of info for people to make use of it. So were you implying that the dwarf was infusing you with dream substance? Is that the energy that you're talking about?
Dirty fragments of dream substance that hadn't been properly processed. Because as much as I sound like people might think, "Oh, he thinks he's some cosmic magic." No. I'm kind of down and dirty still. I'm not that good at this stuff. And I kind of did a hatchet job on the Kundalini thing. And he was just cleaning up the mess I'd made, the remnants.
Okay, so cleaning up implies suction rather than transmission. It implies that he's vacuuming up distorted dream substance rather than infusing you.
Correct.
Where the arrow is coming from him to you with some kind of new energy or something like that. It was a subtractive process, not an additive process.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and this fits in with what I summoned, by the way. We're almost there. So when I could walk again, and my paralysis was just like everybody else. I could only breathe intercostally. I couldn't even use my diaphragm. That's how paralyzed I was. I had to breathe in it constantly, and I could only move my eyes. And I thought I was arrogant at the time. Nothing like something like this happened to humble one. I thought, well, I'm the shaman. I summon this. You know, I'll just throw off this paralysis. Kind of like this open good donut lamp. But no, I was paralyzed, and this was part of my lesson. So, yep. I don't live in a solipsistic universe. There's stuff out there that bites back. There really is.
Oh, I was paralyzed by an entity too, but it was a parasitic one.
Oh,
I described it in my document: mind parasites, energy parasites, and vampires. So I mean, paralyzing, that's an obvious thing for an organism, an entity to do to you if it wants to do something to you. But this felt like a friendly
it did.
intervention. It was like putting you under general anesthetic so that,
Yes.
it could do its thing, but without your consent.
It was without my
Important
consent.
distinction. But it was a
It
benevolent
was.
intervention.
Now, mind you, the being was
Okay.
completely horrifying. I've never been more scared in my life. I think that part of the freeze reaction, I wonder if they just tap into the, animals can be so afraid they freeze and can't move. I wonder if they're just triggering that because it was so scary. It had no skin. It was covered with blood. I could see all the muscles and tendons, and it was a big old barrel chested dwarf looking thing. Really terrifying looking.
Now, is that, could we watch the movie Phantasm 4 to see that form, or is this a new variation? Was I've only seen the first movie, which I love, but is a Phantasm 4 dwarf have that exposed viscera thing, or is that something that it's morphed now and you're seeing something, a new variation now?
Good question. Now, in Phantasm 4, the shrunk down humans are all wearing clothing, so we really can't see what their body looks like. But no, it was a concurrent.
Was it naked?
What? It was naked. Yeah. No genitalia.
Did it have genitals?
No, I heard that coming. I heard that coming. Nope, no genitalia.
Okay, it's an obvious
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
So
it was a hyper being.
But otherwise, it was in a hominid form, but no genitalia.
Right.
Okay, and it's got blood, yes. and it seems like its own blood. Does it seem like it's injured, or does it just excrete blood through its skin?
For the movie prop that terrorized me, I talked about it a little bit.
It was a what movie?
A movie prop.
Okay, so it's an idioplastic body, and it's doing that to purposely freak you out.
I talked to it a little bit.
Okay, so why is it doing that? I mean, you're already going to be in ontological shock from the weirdness of this and from being paralyzed, which is like the definition of stress, a loss of all control, but it's an actual loss of control. Why did it want to scare you?
You see, this was my Ishtar. All this whole event was my Ishtar. From that, I learned, you see, the reason that UFOs bedazzle and terrify us is in part, part is to knock us off balance because we're on a march toward self-destruction, and the conscious rational mind is destroying Earth because it's trying to play all the parts instead of just a good part. So these things appear this way to try to save us by knocking us off our certainty about physicality and how things work. That is true, but there's another thing, and I wrote about this for years now. These experiences caused a release of cortisol, and cortisol can cross the blood-brain barrier. And let's call it dream substance or consciousness or paranormal energy or supernormal energy, whatever, it can get a foothold in cortisol in the lower body. But apparently by some sort of treaty or something, it's not allowed to directly get into the brain. So if it wants access to our brain, it has to get a rise out of us, either with beauty or fear. So this is what I learned from the entity while it was doing it to me. So it's kind of a sorry, man.
Okay.
I gotta do the
Okay.
paperwork right. Sorry, man. I know you know,
Okay.
but I gotta do this anyways.
Well, so now this is exciting because we've not discovered a disagreement, because I can accept all of that as being true of this individual experience because you're the world's leading authority on that. But when you created a one size fits all formula of like, that's what they're all doing, here I have to very emphatically disagree, because the most common, okay, let me pull back the frame. 3 classic relationships of energetic transaction between entities or organism: predation, symbiosis, my favorite, and parasitism. And according to National Geographic, on the macro and microbiological realms, parasites outnumber all other species 3 or 4 to 1. It's the most ubiquitous. Almost every non-parasite has a parasite. Most parasites have parasites too. Like, what is malaria? It's a microbial parasite inside a mosquito. So, from the lore of cross-period, cross-culture, the most common kind of entity is a parasitic one. Hence, we have different terms, different cultures: pretas, hungry ghosts, succubi, incubi, and so on and so forth. So, so to say that they're all doing a benign intervention.
Stop. We're in the complete agreement.
Okay.
This one was being
Right.
nice to me because I was in
this
the
one,
know.
that's
Yeah, this one was being nice to me
okay.
because I was in the know. And he also let me know that he was taking a little bit for himself for sustenance too.
Okay.
I mean, he works on the job, I mean, he's got to have lunch too. So no. This one was friendly and doing an important civil service function. But I am so with you that there is a great mass of unsavory, predatory, and
Parasitic.
parasitic entities up there. I run into them.
Okay. Okay, good.
I
Good.
run into
All
them
right,
many
so
times. I ran into them as a child. I told you the story about that. No, we're
okay, so
completely we're on the same page.
This one resolves the disagreement, because it seemed like you were implying a something that would be true of all entity encounters. So now we're congruent again, and we're talking about this one. But I still kind of wonder, because that it sounds symbiotic, it's legit. We all feed on something, but in a sense, it implies a certain inferiority in that particular agent, in that, like, you would think that someone that much closer to the source of the pleroma would have its own independent energy source, and not need an organic being, embodied being, to feed on, and without consent.
I never said it was that much closer to the pleroma. It's a resident of the very dead imaginal realm that you've discussed in your own way. It's a resident of that, but it's performing a evolved function. It found a niche where it could be a bit of a parasite, but still kind of do the dirty work for some of the big guys out there. So it's on the edge of parasitic, but it's useful. For example, there are many examples of things that started out parasitic and became symbiotic. So it's somewhere in there.
Oh yeah.
It's somewhere in there.
Right. I mean, what you and I are symbiotic, but I'm feeding off your energy, you're feeding off of mine, and without violating symbiosis, because it's a mutual exchange, beneficial to both.
Right.
But okay. So it's more alike a human being, in that, like, we have our parasitic and predatory aspects and symbiotic aspects that vary in ratio depending on the transaction, the case specifically. Okay, so we're back to this one, and we're making progress in defining that. And I just want to clarify that this one is the same one that was behind the UFO when it started to manifest that way.
Yes.
But when you say you were looking for a physical ship,
I'm getting there.
it was not. It was not. That's not its its native singular form. It's just a form it was taking on to please you. It sounds like.
We'll get there.
But yeah, go ahead, continue.
You'll see to see where this all
Okay.
winds up.
Good.
So
I think
after
we're
I
making
can walk
progress.
again, I walked out the sliding glass door. I wanted to find this their scary dwarf and say, that I appreciated the abduction in place instead of being brought some scary place sort of thing. And, yeah, I saw he was a little apologetic, but really I was pissed at him. Sorry. I can't tell you. I thought I might have heart failure. It was so fucking scary. So I went out to look for him. Just, if you're thrown by a horse, get back on a horse, right? I didn't know a UFO was appearing yet. So, no, unfortunately, I got to backtrack a little bit.
I want to backtrack a little bit too,
Okay.
so we can both backtrack. Because when you say it's intentionally trying to be scary, it's very important that you uncovered like a different healing mechanism that it was choosing to be scary for, related to cortisol and blood-brain barrier and all this kind of stuff. Because usually when an entity is trying to be scary, it's parasitic and it wants to feed off the redder color temperature of a grosser feeling than enlightenment or whatever.
Right.
But in this particular case, it's being scary, not for parasitic purposes, not to get its lunch, but in order to create some kind of shock or to do something. Can you explain better the cortisol blood-brain barrier intervention thing again? Because that's a very important mechanism you identified.
Yeah. I've known about this for many years. In fact, Kundalini depends upon this mechanism too. If you, now I'll say something. I don't particularly care for 90% of what Gopi search in the road, but 10% was pure genius. And
I'm sorry, what was that applying to again? I missed a word there. A name. What was 90% genius?
Oh no. Gopi Krishna, I didn't like
okay.
90% of what he wrote, but 10% was pure genius.
Okay. Gopi
And
Krishna.
when he was observing his Kundalini awakening, he said that he could see that the process was feeding on pockets of tissue, maybe nerve current, whatever. It was Kundalini was actually harvesting. And I know the people who love demons so much and create worlds full of them would just love this kind of talk. But see, Kundalini is the death, preparation, evacuation of dream substance system. So it has to touch every cell in the body because every cell in the body is in symbiosis with this sentient plasma. So he said that he could see this while it was happening. So I came to realize almost immediately that much of what he was talking about were actually hormones. Hormones are messengers that carry information, and they carry, in particular, big clumps of this dream substance, of this energy, so to speak. And that the best way to access the brain is to hitch a ride on a fatty hormone that can innately cross the blood-brain barrier. So that's why when angels appear and they say, do not be afraid, well, they want you to be afraid. It's just a form, it could be a Virgin Mary, it could be a UFO, it could be a ham sandwich, because they need the awe and shock and fear to trigger the release of a chemical, which can give them the foothold in the lower body to access your brain so you can have a transcendent experience.
Okay. Well, hang on one second. So first of all, I love plasma. It would be disgraceful if I didn't, because my last name is Zap, which you think of lightning, wasn't shortened at Ellis Island. That's the name I was born with, and that's a plasma. So I like plasma as much as the next guy. I've read the Robert Temple book, but it's hard to tell what's true and what's Robert Temple's imagination.
It's true.
But here I have a kind of challenge for that. I'm not saying I disagree with it yet, but what's a little bit counterintuitive about this mechanism you're describing is that I don't think either of us is a neurological materialist, obviously. So this dependence on shocking the brain seems counterintuitive to me because, like we discovered when people take psilocybin or LSD, that contrary to what materialists expected, very agitating for them, actually the brain was much less active because we have a transcendent function that doesn't require a brain. And then, when we're more in our bodies, we are more correlated with the brain and what crosses the blood-brain barrier, like sugar and caffeine and all that, affects it much more when we're more in our body. But then we have phenomena like terminal lucidity, where somebody who has profound Alzheimer's and their brain is in totally bad shape, but suddenly they become perfectly lucid near the end when their brain is in the worst shape it's ever been, because presumably that transcendent function is shifting in its ratio, it's becoming dominant, and now they transcend the neurological correlation to consciousness. But so what's counterintuitive for me is that an entity that is coming out of the imaginal needs to get back into neurological materialism to have its effects. Why would it need that?
Good. Now I can explain that to you.
Please.
So the dream of physicality is just one type of dream. It is not more important or less important. It's just a strata. So let's say you've got Casper the Friendly Ghost, and he's composed entirely of materialized imaginal substance. If you take a knife and you slash his belly, do intestines come out? Ghostly intestines made of, imaginal substance? My answer is yes, there are intestines in there. There's structure. Consciousness is structured, and if he's a construct of consciousness, there will be little things in there. So,
But what if the spirit comes as a ball of plasma? That we see a variety of permutations in the cryptozoology of spirit presentations, where sometimes they're in, they look like they did when they were perfectly healthy at 25. And they say that, yeah, we breathe, we have cells, but they're made of a finer substance or whatever. That's one possibility. But but this is a self-transforming machine elf, and so on.
right.
So, does it have intestines? I mean,
But
let's
of
make a
course it does.
distinction.
Of course it does.
Why does it need that?
Reality has structure.
But the structure vary considerably. There can be a more anti-structural entity that is not so dependent on defined form, especially if it can shift into a cube with a pyramid inside of it. I'm not.
I know. People conflate awareness with consciousness. Awareness is that pseudo magical stuff that has nothing within it other than itself. And that's what potentiality is too. But anything that is materialized, created, evolved, turned into universes, it's all built from consciousness. And consciousness is the substance in neutral substance monism. It's the only substance, and everything is made from it. It's like cosmic Play-Doh. You can do anything with the shit.
Right. I'm down with that.
Right.
Why does it need intestines? Why can't it be closer to the pure consciousness building blocks?
Consciousness has building blocks. Consciousness is lumpy. It's Platonic Surrealism, dude. People want this transcendent white light, but it's not actually quite that way. At least not generally. I'm just saying, here's my point, and I don't want us to go circling on forever. Maybe we can talk about it another time.
Okay.
But here's what I want to say. The dream of physicality is like the bottom of the oil pan. And if you want to get all the dream substance, you got to get even the most physically seeming bits of it, including that. There was more intermediate and transcendent parts of the dream substance package than just that. Dream substance is a hyper object being across multiple layers. So it's a spectrum, so to speak, kind of like the emanation spectrum of Neoplatonism. where you start with the one that's completely non-material, and by the time it's done emanating, it's got gross physical matter, which in Plato is not evil. It's just the lowest most lumped up form of it. So Platonic surrealism does give homage to that emanationist general idea, but it doesn't say this is good and this is evil and this is hierarchically superior. It's all ontologically equivalent, the whole spectrum.
Okay, fine, but like I'm still stuck at that counterintuitive thing that like, why does it have to go neurological materialist on you when you have a transcendent psyche and it's living much closer to the transcendent psyche domain of the imaginal? It seems counterintuitive that it would have to descend into like this cortisol-based blood-brain barrier stuff.
Okay, I'm going to quote Bernard Tastrup and Donald Hoffman. The physical world that we see is just the interface system for something more transcendent. And that also goes with cortisol. Brother, you gotta wrap your mind around this. I'm sorry, baby simple. Please wrap your mind around it.
I think my mind is wrapped around the Castrop idea, the dashboard, and all that kind of thing. In fact, there's even a kind of archetypal manifestation going on. I'd have to step off camera to get it from my living room, but a bunch of different artists have started to create the same sculpture with different variations, where you see it's like a molded plastic cartoon creature, almost like halfway being from a cartoon character to an emoji. It's so idealized, but then half of it has an exposed anatomy with intestines and all kinds of stuff. I have one of them in my living room. So I get the idea that if it wanted to appear as a dwarf, it might want to fully take on cellular nature and all that kind of thing, but it just seems inefficient that this civil servant machine elf, given that it can paralyze your body, why can't it like paralyze your brain in the way that happens with psilocybin, and access your transcendent function to make any needed adjustments?
Yeah, it doesn't have any access to the transcendent. So it does what it can. It has to cheat from below.
Because it's a limited agent, and
It's
that's
a
the way it's
limited
got to work.
agent of the middle realm. It doesn't have
Okay.
any access to the pleroma whatsoever. We are the ones that have access to the pleroma, and it's always jealous. The middle world is always jealous of the light that access to us.
So even though
And
we're the meat-bodied ones, we actually have more access to the
yes,
idealized forms of the pleroma than they do.
yes, infinitely.
Okay.
And
I mean,
that's
now it's kind of a sensible, logically consistent explanation.
oh, great. I'm sorry I didn't explain.
But
I've
but it
known
was
it my
important. It was important to get there, I think.
oh no, it was. I've known this my whole life. Um, People worship these gods that materialize from the imaginal, but it's really best said by a story from Buddhism. See, Buddhism had an uneasy relationship with Hinduism when it was developing in India. And there was a little shit-faced boy. And I always cry when I talk about the shit-faced boy. He was an outcast. He his job was to move around animal feces. That was his job as a little boy. And of course, they burned it and used it for various things, but it made you untouchable. He was the worst outcast.
And
So,
who is the little boy? This isn't you. Who is the little boy?
well, in a way, he is me. But no, it's just a little boy in a story.
Okay.
And he's
An
got
archetypal little boy. Hmm.
yeah, archetype little boy. He's got a brown like shit stain on his cheek, even. He's the shit faced boy, literally. And he was doing his stuff, moving shit. And these Brahmins came walking by, the highest caste. And they spurned him and they said, we must not let him touch us. We'll be ritually defiled, you know. And then suddenly, um, three of the Hindu gods materialized nearby, including Vishnu. Vishnu the preserver, there's a lot of Vishnu worshippers. Shiva, Vishnu. Well, I don't know who the third one was. I don't remember. But anyway, they walked up to the Brahmins, and the Brahmins said, "Oh, our lords are here to recognize our greatness." And of course, you know what happened. They brushed by the Brahmins like they didn't exist, then bowed before the little shit-faced boy. And the Brahmins said, "Don't defile yourselves, Lord. Why are you bowing to them, not to us?" And the Hindu god said, "The little boy, he makes me cry. I can't help but cry. The little boy is enlightened. He doesn't have, he's free of samsara. He's here or not here by his will. We are nothing. We are mere gods. We are trapped in the cycle of samsara with you. And we are here to learn from the little boy." Such a beautiful story. I can't hear you, my friend.
Okay.
There we go.
Software glitch. Okay. So I just want to clarify the Brahmin, this is the Brahmin speaking that you were just narrating
Yeah.
about the little boy.
No, the gods were saying that they are trapped in samsara and that only through one such as the little boy can they escape. See, the problem with being a god is that it's way too convenient. You're not challenged much. You've got all this power. But
well, so now,
yeah,
if I can break in, there's a very important thing here that may be therapeutic for you. I'm sure you've already caught on to it, you know, in the because you know you are, as you just said, you are the shit stained boy too.
I am.
And so have you really fully incorporated that into your own personal mythos that that is not an inferior position to the gods? Because we have this whole Nietzsche thing that Jeff is working on of, you know, the Superman. And the idea is that, you know, there's this hierarchy, but what you are sharing with us is that actually those who seem the lowest, and didn't even Jesus say something about that? You know, the meek shall inherit the earth, the lowest is the highest, and all this kind of stuff. But what you're actually saying is that those who are trapped in meat bodies are actually in a privileged position. And we hear this, that the spirits are jealous of us. You know, what is the aspect of us that they are jealous, and why doesn't that make you feel more empowered and privileged in being the shit stained
No, I
little
feel
boy?
very empowered and privileged to be the shit stained little boy. It's just I've spent my entire life alone, and it looked like I was going to die, and no one had ever heard me. And that did depress the it depressed me. I'm human.
But but if we could hear the chorus of gods speaking as they look at your life, they'd be like, damn, you know, that's pretty cool. If only we had the options available to us that the shit stained little boy Kevin Cann has, right?
Right. And that's why I want to give them the option. I don't want to talk about YP right now, but I'm giving him an option to hear something he normally couldn't.
Right.
Right. So can we go on to the UFO?
Please.
So I was looking for the dwarf guy. And like I said, I sit back in time just maybe 15 minutes. When I was paralyzed, I probably didn't notice it enough. But I felt this gathering, like static electricity field of immense power start to build in my house, my neighborhood, and maybe 5 miles out. Hard to say. But I felt this enormous, powerful field of something different this way comes, and it's overlapping our physical world. And it's stepping all over everything. And it's coming. And that I increasingly felt that. I related to what's called, to use as a metaphor, the Oz effect.
Okay, could we call it a reality distortion field, to use the Star Trek term? And when you say it's coming, do you mean it's coming in a larger way for all of us, or it's coming in that it's approaching just you in this local environment with a field that reaches only so far into the neighborhood?
Yeah, only just me at that time. But I'm certainly willing to discuss your larger that everyone wants to hear about, what you the other option there. So
Okay.
I went outside and this feeling was just like singing in me. It was just so strong. And when I walked outside, I lost the ability to hear anything. It was so dead still. This is part of the Oz effect. I guess Jenny Randall's. They talked about this Oz effect. You should look it up. But I felt I was in a liminal space where the rules of reality didn't no longer apply the way they did outside of that space. I call it a corridor between worlds, actually. And so one of the characteristics is that complete absence of sound. Actually, not quite complete absence. I heard a sound and I looked over. I mean, the UFO was right there, and I'll tell you about that in a sec. I heard just a teeny sound, and it was like 50 feet away. There was like this mosquito, and I heard the mosquito's wings making a sound, and it was like in slow motion. And it was as loud as if someone was talking to me. But then I retracted my awareness from like 50 feet away, and it was silent. So things were really temporarily distorted and silent.
Okay, wait. We can backtrack just a bit. First, let me just say, I don't have to look up Oz effect. I live in the Oz effect. But it fluctuates. When I'm doing discovery writing, it goes up. If somebody forced me to eat 3 Big Macs, it would go way down. And so I live in an ever fluctuating Oz effect. I'm sure most mutants do.
Right.
But you said something about a voice, and I got lost there a little bit. A voice that was trying to happen, and think of me as Jacques Vallée with minus the elderly French accent. I want to like dive into atomistically every part of this. So, what was that voice thing again?
There wasn't any voice.
Well, there was something that was going on. This is you. You're no longer paralyzed. You're sensing the reality distortion field in the local environment. It's rising. Where is the dwarf during that? He's still there?
He never appears again. I feel him lurking.
So he's gone now.
Oh, he's gone. It feels like he smeared across space somehow. I know that sounds weird. He felt like his capability of manifesting was there, but he wasn't.
Oh, I would hate for anything we say to sound weird. That would be terrible. But he didn't vanish in like one moment. Was he like the Cheshire Cat? Did he do a slow fade out? Like I didn't catch the moment when the dwarf disappeared.
Well, I didn't.
When did that happen?
I didn't either, because he was behind me between the chair I collapsed into and the sliding glass door. And since I couldn't move, my eyes were only forward, so I never got to see what happened with him.
Okay, so at some point he was like a Freudian analyst that was like standing behind the divan or whatever, and out of your field of view, doing what he was doing with the suctioning of your distorted dream substance. And so you didn't catch the moment when he...
I didn't.
Okay, all right.
I did.
So now you get up.
Yeah.
You're no longer paralyzed. You're feeling the Oz effect.
Yes.
And what happens next?
Yeah, I go outside looking for him, and I felt this kind of near ominous in the air of his presence, but he was nowhere to be found. And then suddenly, I knew the UFO was there. You hear about this all the time. I knew it was there, so I simply looked up, and there it was. There it was. Now I didn't. There were no like towers or mountains, so I don't know how large it actually was, and actually giving it a physical size was probably almost silly anyway. But I stand by the fact that it was a physical object, so it probably had some actual size. But I don't know. Was it the size of the moon? And
okay, so you can't tell us size.
Perspective. I couldn't tell perspective, But relative perspective was, it was like the size of a 747, maybe 500 feet above me. That's still pretty
Okay.
freaking big in relative perception.
And you described it as gunmetal color, but
Right.
you also said that it looked like cheese.
Yes.
What was the cheese aspect? It had an uneven, wasn't a smooth topography,
It
or
wasn't
like,
a smooth topography.
but it had rivets.
It is. Yeah, and that was the whole thing that was so crazy. Because even a quote physical object can still have imaginal elements. It's the whole thing they talk about, it's true.
Right.
It's true.
Sure.
But yeah, the rivets actually were a communication that I was supposed to receive. And that rivet theme has stayed with me since 2013. It pops up all the time. It's a part of my training or whatever is happening here with this information transfer process. So I'd like to physically describe its base form before it started changing. Okay. Do you mind, or you don't find that valuable?
Of course it's valuable.
Okay.
Things don't get any more valuable than a numinous, life-changing experience like this, for sure.
Right. So it was a equilateral triangle. And in it had 3 red lights, one on each vertex.
Mm-hmm.
And it had this kind of pit-like cavity where an arc light seemed to be generated. It actually, I've seen an arc light like with an arc welder. It seemed to be an arc light erupting out of it in the center. Now, I'll jump ahead.
Meaning it wasn't like, if I think of an acetylene torch, it's a plasma, and it's not perfectly consistent.
It kind of
flickering.
flickered. It was flickering, yes.
Okay. But it's on the blue spectrum of light if it's like a acetylene torch, right?
No, it was pure bright white.
Pure bright white, but flickering. Okay.
Yes. Now, to jump ahead just a little bit at a later phase, the light in my mind, I saw that it was going like, maybe 100 feet down, and it stopped. So it's like the light wasn't radiant light. It was like just an effect of some sort, or fully controlled light, where you could just say, well, I want light to be in shape, and I want it to be, go this far. And it seemed to be probing with the light. That sounds very creepy. And actually it was probing with the light.
But the light wasn't necessarily behaving like we expect photons to behave.
It wasn't photons. No.
Okay.
So anyway, when it arrived, I can't. Oh, there's a story from the Middle Ages of a guy who made his living as a fake demon summoner. Now, why he would do such a thing, because they would just burn him as a witch, right? But the story goes that he was a fake demon summoner. He had no magic. So he had little tricks and little gimmicks and little, and he got paid for doing this. But one day he was about to start his summoning ritual, and he felt something tap on his shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. He turned around, and it was a real demon. So I like giving that story because, though I was certain a UFO was going to appear, if I had to disintegrate, if space-time had to disintegrate, I was not going to take no for an answer. It was going to appear. But there was a little corner of my mind, of course, I didn't think it was going to happen. Yeah. It was quite something. I was quite shocked. I was both shocked and, well, you're late. Hey, Fred, you were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago. What's your problem? I had that kind of arrogance almost, because I really expected it was going to arrive. But there was another little part of me that went, oh, fuck. This worked. I got to admit it. So I was shocked for about 5 seconds. And I only had about 50 seconds with it. So that's too bad I wasted 5 seconds.
50 seconds can be a really long time when you're experiencing the tremendum, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
I know from my own experience. Right.
Yeah.
exactly. Time is a different meaning and different flow rate in those
Right.
circumstances.
And I also wasted like 1 second wondering if I should run off and look for a camera because I thought people are going to criticize that I didn't take a picture of it. Well, I didn't own a camera, and they go, "Why don't you use your cell phone?" Well, I had a flip phone because I was into technology at the time. I didn't want a cell phone.
Okay, but if you did have a camera, would a picture have would you be able to take a picture? Would we see anything from that picture or not? Because it's not photons, so like would it register on the digital sensor,
I
do
don't
you
think it
think?
would appear. I have a saying I use
Okay.
in ufology is, you know, you UFO people tend to seek me out sometimes. And I've been invited to UFO groups, and it never turns out well because my primary statement is if you can take a picture of it, it's not a UFO. That's my rule of thumb for UFOs. And I define UFO, as you may know, as unidentified Fortean object, as in Charles Fort.
Okay. I mean, I resist all one size fits all formulas because of that immense variability. So, why couldn't there be a type of UAP that you can take pictures of? Because we do have pictures.
And there are. And I'm not doing one size fits all. I mean, you got the fungals, you got the what I call the reavers. They have literal physical bodies. The fungals have literal physical bodies. The reavers do fly in space. So no, absolutely. And then you've got what I call 3D printed. Either some of the highest imaginals or just sending plasma can 3D print something physical. They just follow the cookbook of the dream of physicality and they make a temporary physical object. And you can bang on it, you could shoot at it, you can try to nuke it. It might even last for a year if they're willing to spend their precious energy supply to keep it materialized. So no, I'm not saying there aren't multiple explanations. Like I made very clear to you.
And so there are some kinds that can be photographed, and
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
discounting Bob Lazar and all that, and
Oh well,
crash saucers, and
let's not talk about all that this time. No, no, no. If the story requires a picture, guess what? There will be a picture. But as you know, we've discussed that in general, the purpose of all this stuff is to keep us off balance. So they're kind of photo allergic overall.
okay, sure.
So um, I did have the presence of mind to close my eyes to disprove a theory that it was just being projected into my mind. Now, one could then finagle that and go, well, maybe it is only projected in your mind, and the simulation is so beautiful that they turn it off the instant you close your eyes so that you're convinced it's not being beamed into your mind. You can just drive yourself crazy with explanations, but I thought it was worth doing to close my eyes for an instant. And yes, when I did, it was gone. I mean, I felt the
Well,
effect all around me, but I didn't see it when my eyes were closed.
okay. I mean, well, was an important experiment, but the results are, can be finagled in all kinds of different ways.
Right.
But implies that ocular vision and not mind's eye vision was also
It
involved.
was.
But
It
but
was.
where it either adjusted itself to present as only ocular vision, so when you close your eyes you wouldn't see it, to be more convincing, or maybe because it was a persistent physical object, even though you say it couldn't be photographed, that another observer could have seen with their ocular vision.
Right. Now,
Um,
maybe it could have been photographed, but when Jacques came out and MUFON and all this, there were no other reports of the object except for me. So maybe somebody saw
okay,
it and didn't report, or
okay,
10:30 or whatever it was on Friday night, people were at the bar or whatever they're doing, you know? So I don't know if it could be photographed or not. I don't have that information.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So then I went on to the next objection because I was part of a weird website at the time called, it doesn't exist anymore, abovetopsecret.com. They just recently, like 6 months ago, shut down.
Really?
Yeah. And I was a writer on there, and got a lot of heat and discontent sent my way because I have different views than a lot of people. But
I personally think you should stop saying they can't be photographed or it's not a real one, because you yourself have admitted that maybe it could have been photographed, and you're not discounting every other type of UAP out there.
right. I should say they may not be able to be photographed and not.
That's
Yeah,
a big change. That's a big change. It's going to remove a lot of understandable grief that people are throwing at you because you're discounting other people's testimony and physical artifacts and all that.
I will see about fixing my incorrect behavior.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next objection, because I knew guys from the forum who said, "Oh, it's the aurora," and no, I mean the aurora, the TR3B, whatever. Oh man, there was people on there. Oh yeah, my uncle built it. I took a ride in it. I mean, they were just certain that there's these aurora triangular craft made by the military. And
okay, let's just distinction for listeners. You're talking about the rumored Aurora black tech, replacement for the SR-71 or something that's got pulse detonation or whatever, and is an actual aircraft. You're not talking about the Aurora Borealis.
I'm talking about an actual aircraft.
Right. And by the way, I did have a black triangle flyover, but it was not nowhere near as cool as yours. But it happened at a very significant moment. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that sometime. And actually, my own investigation, I believe they did have a prototype Aurora, and they flew it in the Scottish Highlands. And it was the basis of people thinking there was UFOs there when it was just the Aurora. So I'm not, hey, I was a nuclear engineer, and I was classified secret. I mean, I should have been classified secret. No, I had a secret classification. I even toured the infamous Nautilus prototype of the In Search of Red October secret prototype submarine. Now it's ultra silent. So it's out there. I'm not saying anything people don't know about. But no, I'm fully on board with there could be some freaking amazing technology, human or theoretically alien. Well, or alien.
Okay, good.
I'm not a
always
hater.
Always better. I think I'm on Jeffrey Kripal will probably agree that always better to be inclusive and not take things off the table.
No, absolutely. And I'm a little too hand wavy sometimes, and I need to learn from my better in this regard. Jeff, my teacher as well. I've learned religious comparativism and to be more reasonable from him, and he's learned what he's learned from me. We all teach. We're all teachers. We're all students. I like to say that.
Totally agree.
Yeah. So I knew the next objection would be that this was just a TR3B or equivalent type craft. And when I've been talking to this guy from the forum, he said, well, the reason you don't see any obvious sign of propulsion is that it's on the top of the craft and you don't see that. So that's the explanation for why and I don't know how you get a jet engine on the top of a craft and it doesn't just hit the ground. I don't know. That was his explanation. So I said,
I mean, that's just silly.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
I know. So I said to the UFO, I said, well, I summoned you so I can tell you what to do. And it wiggled. As in, yes, you can tell me what to do. Now, that was also a laugh because it was not nearly so simple as that. But I said, okay, I needed to dip down so I could see that there aren't any, jet exhausts on you anywhere. So it did. It showed me, it went and showed me, it was like up and down kind of, and it showed me that, and it, it wiggled. Now, it wiggled.
You just made a sound when you indicated its rotation or whatever. Did it make a sound when it did that?
No, it was dead silent.
So the whole experience of it was dead silent.
100%. Start to finish.
Okay. All right.
The only thing I ever heard was that mosquito. And now it's just the one time.
What mosquito?
So, the one I described where I heard this, I thought I was in a field of absolute dead silence before it appeared. And I concentrated really hard and said, no, I hear something. And it was a mosquito about 50 feet away. And what I was hearing was it rubbing its legs against its wings. That's what I was hearing from 50 feet away. And then I
Okay.
stopped.
So now that's really an important datum there, because you're talking about super/natural hearing, because normally us older guys are not able to hear mosquitoes from 50 feet away. So so what was it that you're how did that work? Was that your ears getting a boost, or were you hearing, just like people in near-death experiences or congenitally blind since birth gain eyesight, and it may be more than 360 degree, it may be spherical? Was this you accessing transcendent sensation that's not a neurological thing, that allowed you to hear a sound that, even an 11-year-old girl presumably should not be able to hear?
I'm assuming it was clairaudience, as they used to call it in the old theosophical theories. That's what I always assumed, but I don't know. I was in a liminal corridor between two universes crashing into each other, so anything would be possible in that corridor. Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet, but that's what was happening. So back to the
Well,
craft.
this is a very important thing, because it's saying that you are now in a state of transcendent function sensation, like
Yes.
somebody in an NDE, where you are not limited to your physical senses as they ordinarily function. And I've seen this happen, it's a real thing. Even when my mom was dying, and she was able to hear things and respond with her facial gestures. When she was, before the stroke a week earlier, you'd have to say everything 3 times because she was hard of hearing.
Yeah, I was in that transcendent corridor.
Okay.
Yep. So then I said, well, I know you can assume any form. So I asked, do this, do that, do this, do that, and it did it. But interestingly, of course, um, it also picked a couple forms that I hadn't asked for, being an autonomous, independent agent as it was.
Right. And it was even doing things to confound expectation, because you dislike platonic solids, and it pulled a platonic solid on you.
It did. See, they're
So
pretty
that goes
naughty.
what well, I mean, this goes with, my friend George Hansen's, trickster and the paranormal, that they want to be tricksters.
They do. Well, they got a sense of humor too, and they don't want
Right.
you to get too stuck in your ways. There's our whole problem as a species is we're
Right.
stuck in our
Right.
ways.
Right.
That's our problem. That's it. That's our one problem. We're stuck in our ways. Well, we're tribal, but tribalism is all about being stuck in your ways with a small group.
Right.
So, a couple of the things it turned into, I saw it had taken from my mind. Like it turned into a ship from Star Trek. The one where the guy was on a planet with his wife, but the wife was really a projection, the Dowd, and he destroyed all of this species throughout reality because they heard they killed his wife. And in that episode, there was a ship that was trying to get the Enterprise to leave orbit, and he became that he. Huh. The BT UFO became that ship for me. It's all in my mind. It's all that I like. It. So it picked that. I didn't pick that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Demonstrating that, based on your testimony, that it was an independent agent.
it wasn't.
It wasn't your unconscious that can. It wasn't your unconscious that can act independent of your conscious expectations. It was a psychic being that had access to your psyche, but had its own independent choices.
Right. And I didn't want the pyramid and a sphere and a cube and all that kind of stuff. I did not want that. I
Right.
didn't. It's against my nature. I don't like
Right.
solids. They're wrong.
So you can say it was contra naturam. It was purposely contra naturam, because it's not here to like confirm the status quo. It's here to shock your equilibrium, to awaken you to a deeper reality. So it makes it's, trickster like, but logically consistent with a certain intention.
Right. So I'm going to give you another of those disturbing things where people are going to go, "Oh, it's a demon! It's a demon!" Oh gosh. Um, I did get one flash of image where it turned into. You may not be familiar with this. In the game Dungeons and Dragons, there's a monster called a beholder, like a giant floating
Hmm.
eye with like eye tentacle thingies.
Hmm.
It for a moment turned into a beholder, and I got the sense that it was looking for consciousness to process, for
Okay.
dream substance
Was it
to
turn
process.
into a behold? What was the Dungeons and Dragon things a metaphor, or did it become an eyeball with tentacles?
It wasn't a metaphor. Well, I mean, it was a physical nuts and bolts UFO, and it had those rivets. Remember? Oh, we got to do the rivet thing. So the first thing I
Okay.
noticed about the ship, and I'm going to call it a ship, though that's kind of silly, but it was a ship, is I saw it had rivets. Now it was seamless except for around the pit where the arc light was coming from. And there was a safety rail, by the way, a very human safety rail around the pit so you couldn't fall in. It had a human safety rail. And that
Hmm.
human safety rail was put in place with rivets to keep it in place.
And this is part of the sense of humor thing. Okay, you wanted physical. I'm even going to give you really mundane, silly physical stuff.
Right. But here's the real thing. I mean, and yes, that's very important. But, it started like on the eastern horizon when I first saw it, and then it disappeared at the end over the western horizon. But that entire time that I saw it, even though it finally got to be maybe a little smaller at the far horizon, or maybe it didn't. I'm not quite certain about that, to be honest. But the size of the rivets never changed, whether it was over my head or near the other horizon. They were the same size the entire way. So that making fun of rivets that says, okay, you want physical. Okay, fine, I'll be physical. Here are the rivets even. But oh, by the way, you'll see them the same size no matter how far away I am.
Okay, so here we have a distinction because it could do that by increasing the size of the rivets. So even when it got smaller, you could still see them, or it can be because you are accessing a different kind of senses than ocular vision, that it was adjusting your perception without needing to change its form. Do you have a sense of which of those it was?
Not a clue. I
Okay.
mean, I know I make all these grand pronouncements, but sometimes I just don't know.
No, I'm all about ambiguity. We have to respect ambiguity and acknowledge it, and and not do premature closure on it.
Right. So finally, it faded over the far horizon, though I did note it was flying low over a freeway on its way.
Hmm.
That's significant. There have been reports of black triangle UFOs. Often, it's like they want to be seen, and they'll fly low to a freeway so they can be seen.
Hmm. Okay.
So I find it surprising nobody else saw this. I mean, I guess somebody will say,
Well,
"Dude."
nobody else reported seeing it,
Right,
I
right,
should say.
right. I mean, some people go, "Dude, you put yourself into a schizophrenic break with reality by concentrating for 3 days," and that's a theory. I mean, I won't say it's not a theory; it's a theory. But
But
all
also,
this,
what we should also add that when people don't see things, it can be because it's too much of an ontological shock and their
right,
mind edits it out, like the
right.
Native Americans who couldn't see the sailing ships of Cortez because reportedly because they didn't have they knew canoes, but they didn't have a category in their mind for this giant sailing ship with masts and sails and all that kind of thing.
Right.
Or it could be that it was only privately visible to certain psyches it wants to appear in because it's not using photons and ocular vision. So that's another ambiguous thing we can't discern.
Or maybe only the people who are in the shared corridor between worlds.
Right.
Right, right. So,
Okay.
my only counter to the I gave myself a schizophrenic break with reality. Well, one, I don't need to dignify it, but I will speak to that. When I woke up, it was like 2 hours before anything weird started happening. And in fact, get this, I don't know how it's even possible. I'd forgotten I'd ever spent 3 days working on this. I was already going to be doing the next thing. I just wasn't worried about it. I wasn't thinking about it. It wasn't in my mind. I wasn't perseverating over it. It's like I'd forgotten it entirely.
Right. This is something you narrated in other podcasts, that after 3 days of trying, you had a sleep deficit. You slept till like 4 in the afternoon, and that kind of in the famous way, even in the same way in which when we seeking a romantic partner, and then when we finally give up, that's when they appear.
Exactly.
That there is something, built into like fairy tales and human
Right.
stories of like things usually don't happen the exact moment you want them to.
Right.
But they happen when you kind of relinquish ego control, so that you're not in the ego control fantasy, as Kastrup calls it.
That is perfectly correct. And that's the most important thing to know if you try any summoning or whatever. That's the most important thing to know. You can't let it go 100%. There's no possibility it'll happen. Not zero.
Okay. So and I think we should
It flew away.
I think we should probably wind down in the near time frame before both of us collapse. But and also my phone battery is flashing me warnings. I could plug it in, but I'd lose the external mic, so I could continue. But I want to get back to the beholder thing, because I was asking you, were you using the Dungeons and Dragon creatures as a metaphor for its activity or intent of beholding, or did it ever take on that specific eyeball tentacle form?
It took on that specific form that I saw as a 60-year-old child who played a game of Dungeons and Dragons. It took on that form, but I felt its intent is that it was showing me this form to let me know that it was indeed, while it was there, since it had been summoned, picking up some scraps of dream substance that were out of place.
Okay, so this got lost in the chronological sequence, at least for me, because we went from the dwarf to the nuts and bolts to the platonic solids. When did the eye with tentacles appear in that chronology?
Right at the very end of teasing me with assuming platonic forms and doing all that of shape shifting, I had stopped requesting it to change forms, and they did that one. So it wanted me to see.
Okay.
I did not want to see
Okay,
that.
so between the black triangle and the pyramid and the cube, it became an eyeball with
Yes.
tentacles. And but there was but that was a symbolic image to show you, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm a beholder. It almost, you think of the invisible eyeball perspective of the dream time, where sometimes you're not in a body, you're just an invisible eyeball
Right.
observing things, and it's saying like, I'm like that.
Yes.
It also suggests a little bit the jellyfish thing,
Yes.
because it's got tentacles. So that's a very important moment that in some of your narrations of the event, I haven't heard you speak about until today.
It was the first time.
The eyeball with the tentacles.
First time.
What did the tentacles? Did the tentacles seem like meat tentacles, like an octopus's tentacles, or were they like tendrils of light? Like, can you give us any more visual detail?
Tendrils. They were physical tendrils.
Like what an octopus might have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And the eyeball was just sphere. It didn't have eyebrows or eyelashes. It was just like an eyeball sphere.
Actually, it was a mass that had a large central eyeball and auxiliary smaller eyeballs in a large mass.
Okay.
But the eyes took up the most of the mass.
So did it have like the equivalent of an iris? Did it have any of the human eye structure and color?
It actually sort of did, yes.
Okay. What was the color? And
it was clear. It was clear. It wasn't
colorless.
Black. It was just colorless.
Okay, so like a translucent eyeball with a pupil, like a black pupil, and then a kind of iris, but the iris is the whole ball, and it's just translucent, colorless.
Yeah,
it doesn't have a white part, or
No.
versus another
No.
part with a different color.
No.
Okay, Okay, so it's like a translucent ball with the people at the center, but you understand it's an eyeball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What were the tendrils colored? Were
They
they
were
luminescent or were they physical?
just
No.
physical tendrils, and they were kind of
What color?
twitching a little bit. Yeah, it was
What
kind of
color were they?
the body mass and the tentacles were kind of a very kind of leathery, very light brown. It was like it was a
Mm,
real physical being. It really wanted.
okay.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe that's its real form where it comes from. Hell, if I know, I don't know what its real form
Well, I
is.
mean, I think your felt experience in the moment, the best indicator we have of the whole thing, which was that it was showing you, pulled that out of your imagination to show you its intent and something about its being, that it's an observer, a beholder.
It is. It's a beholder. It's an observer,
Right. Okay.
but it will do a little scout work if it's just there. Yeah,
Right.
it's a
So
civil servant
it's
too.
right. It's living in the physics of the dream time where,
Right.
often one's position is like an invisible eyeball, and it was metaphorically showing you that that's more its real
Right.
nature.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, it flew over the edge of the horizon and was gone. The whole thing from start to finish of the first moment I looked up and saw it to the last was about 45 seconds.
Okay. All right. I mean, we've have we gotten the whole experience now?
Well, my conclusion, I haven't given you my conclusion, and that might take a
Please.
whole episode. Well,
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you just to super brief. We got to bore down on this.
Okay.
In a sense, our universe seems to be mostly matter with little bits of antimatter in it. And when it formed, the big bulk of antimatter didn't detonate, with matter sort of thing. It went off at a different angle so it doesn't intersect with us. And there is just like that original Star Trek episode, there's an antimatter universe. There really is. And
Okay.
we are in a binary pair with the antimatter universe. Now, here's the thing that I don't understand with my poor brain can't comprehend it. Our past is its future, in a manner of speaking. Though it is a universe with people and it's different than here, it's similar, but it's different. So,
Okay. And how did you arrive at that physics of the? Was that just a gnosis? Was that a no? I won't say just in front of gnosis ever. So forget I strike that from the record. But was this just? Was this just? Stop saying that. Was this a gnosis? Was it a vision? How did you arrive at that conclusion about matter and antimatter and
right.
all that?
So one day I suddenly was out of my body and I was in the antimatter universe. And it was very pleasant because where I was had these like fungal structures everywhere. It was mostly it was on a planet without a sun and like the Milky Way galaxy right in my face. It was very beautiful and dark. And I got the sense that it was a consciousness processing planet, that it was actually a charnel house, so to speak. It was a consciousness processing planet. Very peaceful because I'd been bullied and my life threatened around that time. It drove me to that world for a break. So
What
I've
age did
been,
that happen?
huh?
What
Oh,
age did?
um, late in my adulthood, somewhere between getting thrown out of some spiritual groups and getting basically thrown out of a UFO group. So it
But
was
before the UFO,
but before the UFO. Yes. Yes.
by some years.
By some years. Yes.
Okay.
So I found myself there a number of times and it was so peaceful. And it's like, when I die, maybe I'll just go there for a while. It's so peaceful. I like it. Very peaceful. It's like channeling in
And
Michael Moorcock.
and this happened to you while fully awake,
Yes,
at
fully
different
awake.
times,
Yes.
without summoning. It just appears,
Right, right.
you know. when you're in a meditative state, or could it be when you're driving the car, or
It
when
can
would
be
it
while I'm
happen?
driving a car.
Okay.
I have full on experiences like this while driving sometimes. I
Okay.
can't anymore, but when I could.
Okay, but so in other words, you were still having regular ocular vision,
Yeah.
or you would have been in automotive danger, but in the mind's eye, you were seeing a
Yes.
different universe.
And there's my
Okay.
funny Whitley Strieber story. So I read one time that Whitley Strieber had like a vision of being in some dark, shadowy universe, and it triggered a memory. And I was suddenly there in that universe, but I wasn't on a consciousness processing planet. I was on a regular human world. And I was a little girl, about 10 years old, maybe. I was in a candy store and I was there with my mama. I wanted candy. And Whitley Strieber came stumbling in and he was all disoriented and I wanted to make him feel better. So I gave him my butterscotch candy. And I don't know if he felt better or not, because that's when the vision stopped. The experience, I was no longer there. So
Okay.
that's just a humorous aside.
Okay, so this happened after you had read Whitley Strieber and stuff. I'm moving. I just realized I could keep my phone charged by putting on the mag charger, but now I've got to
Hmm.
put the mag charger on a stand so I don't have to hold it. Okay. So anyway, now we're not limited by phone battery.
That's the antimatter universe, where I've been there. Now, where did I get the physics from? Well, the longer I'm in Platonic Surrealism, the more of these experiences I've had over the years. And it's like, it seems like, and people will go, oh, you're just full of it. It seems like I can almost remote view physics now to some degree. But I don't know all the math. I only had a year of nuclear reactor physics. And I mean, I didn't even have calculus. I've never had calculus. I had differential. That's all they taught us in nuclear power school. So no, I can't hold up with Penrose or whatever. I can't. And
Right.
I
Well,
acknowledge
I'm fine with that.
I acknowledge there's also an extreme trickster element to all this. Even if I am perceiving a bit of something that's somewhat like physics, there's that trickster element. This is a new evolved capability in my evolution. I discount 90% of it is probably not that accurate. But 10%, I think I'm hitting at something that probably is actually true.
So I'm completely down with you having a gnosis of physics minus the mathematical details, because otherwise quantum mechanics wouldn't, overlap so much with mystical Gnostics from previous eras that didn't have the Hadron Collider and that kind of thing. From your physics gnosis, what can you tell us that we don't know from regular physics that seems really significant?
Oh, I'll tell you all about that, but I want to finish up with the antimatter universe.
Okay,
So
please.
here's the thing, and this is scary. In fact, it broke my mind for a while when I realized. So near the end of time in the other antimatter universe, which as it ends, we begin in this perpetual cycle.
Oh, so we're separated from it by linear time? It's done?
Oh, no. We're in a cyclic expand, contract, mutually annihilate, sort of, but not really. Expand out. We're in an infinite cycle. Our universe is in an infinite cycle with this antimatter universe of creation and destruction, so to speak. So anyway, the most important thing to know about that, like I said, is that when we're early in our universe, it's actually very late in that universe. And since we are actually, contrary to what some people who don't know any physics at all might think, we're actually very early in our universe still. Our universe could go for another trillion years. I mean, it might only be black hole remnants and the stars are burned out, but it'll be here for a trillion years yet. So what I was seeing, what I summoned, see, I could not find a nuts and bolts ship in our universe, so I had to go to another one. And I had to mash together our universe with the antimatter universe to make a corridor. And get that ship from there. That's what came over.
Okay. So this is an important distinction that we're not talking about conventional extraterrestrial. We're talking about multiverse extraterrestrials that are from a universe that's much older than
Right.
ours, with a different
Right.
physics and antimatter physics. And maybe this explains why they're more advanced, because they've had a
Right.
longer
Right.
period of development.
Yep. That's what it was.
Okay.
So yeah, it was
All right.
part of the math dream harvester, dream substance harvester fleet to make sure it got working in concert with the, let's call it, higher forces. They were evolved physical beings in the process, but they worked in concert with nature to tidy shit up before the end. You get all the computational product of all the dreams of all the beings that had ever lived, and it was going around hoovering up every last bit it could. And then some guy opened up a portal and it was here. And
the some guy is you, of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
right?
Now that sounds so ridiculous, arrogant. Oh, yeah, I was back in the universe. And it was the monad group of the time of parts, not just a little cell in a much larger being, but that's what happened. I wanted
Okay.
it,
Yeah.
and it happened.
Okay. So just to summarize, the agent behind the whole experience, including the dwarf, was a multiverse interdimensional traveler, coming here not just because you summoned it, but because it has some kind of corrective business
Right.
with our reality and has intruded often, apparently, for particular purposes.
Right.
And you said something about before the end. So I wonder if you can clarify, what is its purpose for intervening here, and what end are we talking about? The end of its universe, our universe? Like, what is the end?
And the usual yuck it up person with outrageous things on a podcast will then spew all this stuff. I have to say, mostly I don't
Let's
know.
let's forget outrageous and ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is your gnosis, and like, we're not going to judge it. We just want to hear what it is.
Right. So it primarily functioned in its universe to clean up before everything faded out, and it wrapped back around to us again, causing a reset like it does every, quadrillion years is a reset. And this
Okay,
whole
so
life cycle starts over again.
I'm a little bit confused between the is everything you said perfectly consistent with the machine elf civil servant? The machine elf civil servant is from this antimatter universe
Right.
that mostly functions in its own universe, understandably, but also has business here. The end you're speaking of is the end of its universe.
Right.
But in addition to whatever civil service it does in its universe, it is also a civil servant in our universe sometimes. And what is the nature of its civil service with us?
And I don't know. I
Okay.
wish I did, but I'm not some.
Well,
I'm not.
you seem to imply some things when it was doing that thing with the suctioning up of your distorted dream substance.
Right.
That was a specific thing that may imply its larger mission. So, like, why does it care about what's going on in our universe?
You know what?
Is it a bodhisattva, like, that, wants
No,
to heal everybody and all
no. I think I actually may understand a little bit. When you get these mutants that play with time a little bit too egregiously, it's past.
meaning people like you?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So if somebody here makes a mess, it will affect their world too. We're
Really?
linked.
Okay.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And so
Okay.
it's pure self-interest
Uh-huh.
of its
Okay.
regulatory function.
So, in other words, a mutant that has an above average reality distortion field is messing with some kind of superstructure of the multiverse in ways that are of concern even to beings in other universes.
Well, the matter and antimatter universes are paired together almost like a plasma Brooklyn current. We are that
Okay.
closely related. In fact, I call the antimatter universe the supersymmetric partner of our universe. It's kind of like if
Uh-huh.
they're looking for the supersymmetric particles. Well, they got a universe
Uh-huh.
that's supersymmetric in a manner of speaking.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
very
So in other
finely
words,
coupled.
in the multiverse, there may be more differently divergent universes that
Right.
that don't care about us because they're not in this interdependent
Right.
twin-like aspect
Right.
like this particular other universe is.
Right.
Uh-huh. So we should expect that interventions are coming exclusively from this other particular universe that we have this matter antimatter twin relationship to,
Right.
even though they started before us. So that's a little bit confusing, but yet they're still in some kind of interdependence with us,
It's a closed
physics-wise.
it's a closed time-like loop.
It's a close what?
Closed time-like loop.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm thinking of Lafley's Klein bottle, or for some reason, but closed timeline loop.
Time-like loop.
So
It's from Einstein.
time.
And it's from
Okay.
that famous guy who writes about time so much, and I'm always forgetting his name. Like W in it or something. I forget his name. I've never read his books yet.
Okay.
But time is not a simple flow. So we're in a complex dance with the antimatter universe. And when it's cleaning up at the very end of its life cycle, we're just getting here. And it's eternally that way. It's like Merlin lived backwards sort of thing.
Okay.
But if we kludge up our past, if we kludge up too much, it will cause ripples over there. And since it's civil servant, it will come and make an adjustment.
Well, now we can add to the gnosis of Western alchemists who said we should do everything in our lives as though the fate of the universe depends on it, because of course it does, because, we're part of the unfolding of the universe. To now add, we should do everything in our lives, realizing that we also have a dependent antimatter other universe that we are also affecting. And does that antimatter other universe want us to be more reality distorting mutants, or is that a health hazard for it that it wants to suppress? Or is it more complex than that, where it wants some reality distortion and wants us to sing things into existence, but that there are certain things we might sing into existence that are a health hazard for it?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like you say in a way. We are attracted to the novelty of its future, which we can experience now if there's a portal or a gateway or a transit zone like I experienced. And it's fascinated by our past. It's a novel experience for it. It's novel in both directions. But if we crap up everything for it, it's not happy, and it will send an adjuster unit as an autonomic response, really.
So it's acting like an immune system at times for its own universe. And what are the things that two questions. One was I wanted to go back to, you said you saw fungal things. So because I wanted to make a distinction, is this the advanced fungoid species that you talked about earlier, or a different fungoid species in a different universe? And second, what are how would the things that we do affect it in a way of concern for it? What should we avoid to not threaten this alternate other universe?
Well, the fungals that I experienced over there were different species, but related.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because in our universe, we also have an advanced fungoid species different than the one we have on Earth. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And
now, what Robert Hastingsley you want me to say about what gets it perturbed? I really can't tell you. I know it doesn't like if you crap up the time flow with over exuberant dream substance eruptions, it doesn't like it. It likes things tidy. It's very
Hmm.
tidy. At the end of things, it has to be tidy. These kind
So
of
it's
forces,
conservative.
it is. I mean, it let things go crazy and random and chaotic for 99.9999% of a universe, but in the end, it tidies up so it could turn off the light and it could all be done again.
Does is it the are these adjusters the ones that appear over nuclear missile silos to does it not want us to nuke ourselves? Does it have an agenda that can be characterized with any further details?
I wish I could give you more info. I really can't. Um, Now, I will say that generally what appears near nuclear silos, I believe, are the sentient plasmos here from our own world, because they basically eat radiation, for one. And two, they don't like the upper atmosphere being nuked because that's where they breed. They don't like it. So, yeah, the sentient plasmos in our world, they have real heartburn with all this nuclear testing and all the vast amounts of EMF that make their life cycle more difficult. So they're not happy with us. But on the other hand, there's a variety of the sentient plasmos that are symbiotic with us living in our bodies. That could have actually been a defense mechanism almost from all if you're a containerless being or a low container being, you're very fragile.
Hmm.
So might make sense to get a nice sturdy container to continue your life cycle.
A nice sturdy container, meaning by living inside of us,
Yes,
the intelligent plasmoid beings who are terrestrial and that they're orbiting us and they are from our universe, not the
they are.
antimatter
They
universe,
are.
that they're the ones who are concerned about nukes and things we put into the upper atmosphere, but that they've also become symbionts inside of us to give themselves safer containers.
Correct. That's my take on the whole thing. And they can materialize matter if they want to bad enough. They can. This stuff that falls out of the sky, that's them. They're 3D printing it sometimes.
Okay, so the intelligent plasmoids, as per Robert Temple's ideas, um, they are also ones that appear as UAPs,
Yes.
some of which can be physical,
Mhm.
and they would have an agenda of wanting to push back on nukes and things like that. Um,
And here's another fun one for you on that same topic. There have been stories about supposedly crashed ships or discs. Um, and then they go inside and there's no controls, there's nothing. That's a
mhm.
plasma shell. You see, a nice metal shell is good radiation shielding if they want to go to places on the earth that are too radiated, they need a shield. So they'll materialize this quote ship as
But it
body
but it's
armor,
but
so to
it's
speak.
more but it's actually a exoskeleton
It's an
to keep the
exoskeleton.
to
Yes,
keep the plasma safe. It's
right,
not a ship as we understand it. But
right.
when those exoskeletons seem to violate Newtonian physics, how are they doing that?
Well, here's the thing about that. You can adjust the Higgs boson, Higgs field constant, and you can ignore limitations of matter if you're careful with it. That's what I had. One of them explained it to me once.
A
They,
plasmoid being explained to you the physics of how their craft works. That sounds like pretty important info that those military people coming to the class will want to know, and many others.
yeah,
Can you?
well,
I won't
they're
be
gonna.
able to follow it because Higgs bosons are above my science pay grade. But maybe we should. Have you gotten that on the record somewhere, or should you explain that further? Because that's what people are always asking. how did the UAPs do it? How did they have instantaneous acceleration and instantaneous stopping and all that kind of thing?
Well, no, I've never mentioned it before right now. And I will also, because I hear them and see them rolling their eyebrows. You see the thing
They
that,
meaning the scientists out there who
yeah,
might
the
be listening.
scientists, they'll say, but Kevin, the amount of mass attributed to the Higgs boson to like 5%, it's really the quarks and other elementary particles, which constitute the majority of the mass. Your theory doesn't work. They will say that when I say about jiggering the Higgs boson, and I'll say, you are correct. And I'll say they can also jigger basic mass too in a manner similar to the Higgs boson, but I can't give you any more detail than that because I
Okay.
don't know.
But I
I
mean,
don't
it
know.
it it, it jives with somewhere in Whitley Strieber's, vast, canon, where he said like we make things out of atoms, that they are able to rearrange matter. But we also have all these reports of metal that, is like paper that bounces back into shape, per the Roswell crash and some others, and where they have small samples that have unique isotopic ratios. Is this all them, the plasmoid beings, fabricating metal in through a technology we don't understand? But that is that consistent with your view?
That's what I was told. But I think that a lot of this stuff is mere human delusion. I don't know what percent is real and what percent is human delusion
Are you applying that to yourself?
in terms of what?
Well, when you say you were told, that begs the question of like who told you, when, where, how, all that. And are you subject to human delusion as well?
We all are subject to human delusion. But and I'm not saying that my quote visions are just so infinitely better than everyone else's. I'm just saying that I've spent my life in this world, more in this world than with human beings. I've learned how to do things in such a way that it is less likely to be corrupted by my own Donald Hoffman dashboard or my whimsical desires. In fact, if you do the Platonic Surrealism practices, you can learn how to become more immune to self delusion too. It's all built into it.
Okay, just so we don't upset Donald, if he's listening, dashboards is Castrop, VR headsets is Donald. But
Okay,
anyway, that's minor. But yeah, and again, I'm not affirming or denying anything you say. I'm just
of
trying to
course,
make your narrative into a form that is more readily understandable. And
indeed.
so when you were told, I'd like to hear more about that telling. Like, how did that happen?
Oh, when I read a UFO story, I don't remember which one, and it said the craft had no controls. It was just like a shell, and how confusing that was for them. And then they went on, oh, it's probably, nanotechnology. We just don't see it. All these bullshit excuses. And
Well,
then
I
in
mean,
that,
sorry to interrupt, but the excuse or the explanation that you hear associated with that version of the story is that they don't have physical controls like a stick shift because it's all a telepathic interface.
no,
That's what they say.
I know, and there's some actual validity to that. Okay, I'm not disputing Jake Barber. He's actually on the correct side of things from what I've seen. But to answer your question, I read the story about the shell, and then I found myself talking to a plasmoid, a plasma life form out of my body, and he was going on about how, especially for the young, they need some shielding if they need to move them. So they might
Oh, wait,
exclude.
can we get more granular with that telling? Like what age were you? Where were you when you were told? Like, let's fill
Yeah,
in the picture more.
it was probably only 2020, relatively not
Okay.
that long ago.
All
And
right.
like usual, I was probably eating pasta or something. I was up and around. I have never had sleep. Everyone assumes I'm talking about sleep. What's that? When
Sleep
you,
paralysis or
yeah, I've
something,
never
or
had sleep paralysis in my entire life, and these aren't dreams. These hit when I'm awake. And no, I don't
okay,
have temporal lobe ability.
epilepsy or whatever.
Absolutely. I talked to Persinger's lab assistant himself about this once.
Okay,
I've met a lot of interesting people. Whatever is going on with me is either real, or at least it's not any of the standard dismissive, take everything off the table with, a dumb response thing. There's
sure.
something here. I just don't know how deep it goes. Honestly, I don't. How much
Well,
truth and
I
how
mean,
much I'm not evolved enough to give a better answer. I don't know. I just don't know.
okay. I mean, I think from the phenomenological angle, we would say, you experience a lot of phenomena, but do you think that you literalize that phenomena in that you think it's so very close to the noumena that you can speak confidently that that the psychoid being was that the plasma being was what you think it is, or could it be something weirder or something different, but that like your gnosis still has some kind of distortion field around it where it could have a different origin, that's also manipulating your sense of your own gnosis. Like,
It's a
how
very
how
valid
clear do you
question.
think it is?
It's a very valid question.
Okay,
Um,
what's your position on that question?
well, I'll tell you. If I was doing standard practices in spirituality, I would say that I would probably be 80% or more wrong. But I do nonverbal processing due to Platonic Surrealism. And since I
And
don't use
autism.
and autism, and since I don't use verbal processing for any of this, my tendency to deceive myself or others is greatly reduced. And I think there's some serious actual gnosis involved. But, but, we're in a movie and I'm a movie character. And sometimes I'm the guy that's laughed at holding my pants around my ankles because that's the required thing that we all agreed to have happen in the movie. So I can be tragically wrong, is what I'm saying. But I think that the gnosis content of much of what I say, not all of it, much of what I say, is superior for the reasons that we just agreed upon.
I think that's totally valid. And I want to credit your courage because you're willing to have the pants around the ankle perceptions from some people by actually sharing with us the primal raw material of your experience. That's all any of us can do in our,
That's all we can
as in
do.
Plato, we're in the back of Plato's cave, but you're seeing very novel, interesting things from that position we all share. And for all we know, you're like, the guy that's closer to the noumena than anybody else, for all we know.
For all we know, it could be Bert the Cards Man. That's
And there are, there are valid things in favor of you putting the dial closer to the noumena with you, in that like you're not making money from this. You're not like, it's not always so ego enhancing because parts of it are embarrassing to talk about and so forth. So you strike me as like a super authentic, courageous witness of your felt experience.
Thank you.
And
I,
that's the best thing you could possibly do. And it's extremely important, valuable testimony wherever it is between phenomenon and noumena. And I'm hoping that's going to give you will to live, because we need more of that.
well, thank
You're a
you.
pioneer at the edge. You're an outlier mutant, seeing things others have not seen. And we want that camera to keep functioning for as long, that meat camera to keep functioning for as long as possible. So, I'll keep pushing for less microwave pasta.
Okay. Actually, I'm starting to get a little tuckered. It's been a
Yeah.
4-hour
Well, oh,
interview.
wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to collapse or something. No, I won't collapse. I've got to actually go in to Costco and get new tires put on my van, in the next 50 minutes. But I think, yeah, we don't want to, I don't want to wear you out to where you're not going to make Esalen. So if you want to wrap it up, we've definitely, no one can say we did I hate it when Jeffrey Mishlove says, well, thank you so much, Bernardo, like after 40 minutes. And I'm like, what the hell, Jeffrey, the other Jeffrey, let him go on. We're just getting to the good stuff. So,
Right.
but no one can say we didn't we didn't leave it all on the field this time.
I want to wrap up this.
So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. I want to wrap this up. We had a little friction between us for a while until we realized that we're very close philosophically, metaphysically. And I've treasured this coming together. Some of your ideas have fertilized me, and I hope that Platonic Surrealism has fertilized you. I hope. It'd be pleasant. I don't get the opportunity to present to another mutant very often that is open to maybe learning something beyond what they already know. So that's a real honor.
The honor is mostly mine, but go ahead.
Okay.
80-20.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll take it. I'll give you, I've gotten 80% of the honor because, whatever I've said is stuff you mostly already know.
Okay. And I want people who just come across this video, because I plan on putting it on the internet on my site, and you can put it on your site. We'll put it in the Facebook group, right? We're not trying to make you rich on this. We're just trying to get it out, right? For discussion.
Absolutely. My job is mostly to get your 80% as clarified and user-friendly as possible.
Right. And I can use some help with that. Yeah. But what I want to say for people who come across this video at some point, I'm that Minnesota farm boy. I'm that shit-faced boy. I don't have any degrees to speak of. I don't have a spiritual teacher lineage. I just reared up and I refused to die. When everything was against me, and I was still going to tell the world about Platonic Surrealism. Gosh damn it, no matter what.
And then that's the ultimate degree. I'd much rather listen to you because this is gnosis in its purest form. It's not, you're not giving me a Hindu spiel. You're not giving me a spiel from some existing ideology. You went straight to the well, and there's no better degree than that. And I don't know anybody who's done a better job of it than you have of giving us the raw material of pure gnosis, wherever it is between phenomena and noumena. You've done your heroic best.
I tried my best.
And I want you to keep doing it.
Okay, thank you.
I want to get as much use out of you as possible.
All
right. I
righty.
think others do too.
All righty.
So
just to say, Jonathan, so my goal is to disseminate some information, whether 100 people read it or 1 million or 4, I don't care. Because my mission that I put myself on to come up with the information and then share it without any expectations or hopes or desire to, do a social influencer thing. And for God's sake, please no religions or anything or spiritual movements, if at all possible. I just want the information out there so that better people than me someday can come along and build on it. That's all I want. Sorry for the tears. This is just so emotional to me. That's all I want.
I 100% believe you. If my intuition will have had a complete failure if you're not a 100% sincere and authentic person and a visionary sharing us the most valuable material anybody could possibly share.
Well, thank you.
And I hope that amps up your will to live a little bit.
Okay, well, now that my head's completely swollen, I need to go look for pasta because you don't want me to have.
I think you should do whatever you need to do because you left it all in the field, and I'm older, but I'm in better physical shape. And it was a strain for me to go these 4 hours. So get some rest.
Right.
I want to see you at Esalen.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. You've been a real gift to me in this short time I've known you, and hopefully we can have future conversations and keep fertilizing each other and work together. And
okay, and I want this video to fertilize other mutants. It's not the numbers; it's the quality. If you get Tripal and Kutchin, and they're the only people that watch it, then that will be fantastic because we want the key mutants who are able to really grok this to get it, not we're not going to compete with Taylor Swift.
Good. Okay. Well,
All right.
thank
Be
you.
well, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next time.
All right. Live long and prosper.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.